I guess we can get started a little bit early. What's going on? Let me turn that down just a little bit. Hey, what's up, everyone? So, in case you guys aren't a part of my Discord community, and you just aren't following me over on Twitter, which, yeah, go do that. The merchant, actually I just got hit up today by some of the guys that do Fantasy Grounds conversion for virtual tabletop, and they asked if they could do a conversion of Legends of Frozenfar, and then I hit them up and asked if they'd be interested in doing one for the Merchant and the Dancer. So gave me an excuse to finally get on some of the changes I know I've been meaning to make to the Merchant. The Dancer's in a really great state. Hey Daniel, how's it going? Yeah, what's up, not a dog? Elevator music. Yeah. So in this stream, I'm just kind of hanging out, talking about why I'm making what changes I am to this class. I know that there's several people out there that are currently playing it, so hopefully you'll like the changes. They're more so kind of rules clarifications, and giving some buffs to some of the classes now, because I made this before Tasha's, and doing it with the power budget of what I thought Artificer was going to be before Tasha's, and you know, we got some new options in Tasha's, so you're getting to see a little bit of what I've done here so far. Number one, all the subclasses are actually going to get double the amount of spells out of their guild spell list. I had initially limited it to just one, more so because I was just playing it way too safe, and it's time for me to admit they all need to get expanded spells, like a real actual expanded spell list, you know. There's some other changes that have been going on in it so far. Let me see here. Use an extra object. So I went through and I saw Rogue Watson did a review of the Merchant over on his channel. Really great review. Really went in and gave the class really solid critiques. And use an extra object is one feature where I was never quite happy with the wording on it. And I went with kind of keep it simple, stupid, you know, language. But I think that created more like kind of rules confusion than I would have liked. And that's mostly because the use an object action in 5e is like extremely misunderstood. To the point where even I myself am questioning what the hell it even is, you know. Dude, Tasha's was basically an update to 5.5e. It was in no small way a game changer, yeah. The general power budget of every class was brought way up, thanks to Tasha's. And insofar as I even thought about going so far to include like optional features on the Merchant, I don't think it's really necessary. I think the Merchant does very, very well from 1st to 20th levels. And kind of the perceived power budget of the Merchant is really in how you interpret this feature right here. So I needed to clarify that. Yeah, yeah. Hey, if you like class design streams and everything like that, go on, show YouTube that you do. I appreciate all the love and everything in chat, and come join up over in Discord if you're really interested in talking TTRPG class design. It's been a real fun time over there, and just D&D in general. So, for the use an extra object. So my worry is what this does for magic items. So, big thing with magic items is a lot of magic items have text that says, as an action, you can do X, Y, and Z thing. So with use an extra object, I need to make sure that those objects are still in line. Now, as this is currently written, I don't like use an extra object being able to allow you to cast 2 spells from that same object, right? So I need to add a clarifier in here. You can use it once or twice as a part of this action unless the object allows you to cast a spell. Bam. Because allowing you to cast a spell twice during your turn like for some of the magic items that you can potentially get. Now, nothing with the base class I think is going to cause an insane amount, right? I don't think it's going to drastically get weighed in on the power budget of a class. But I've just got to be careful. I've got to be careful. I've got to make sure that this class would not be able to cast like 2 5th level spells at like 10th level for some reason. So I need to clarify that with the use an extra object. Luckily, that's all there. I think one of the other things Rogue Watson brought up that I just had to agree with, and it's with Business Tycoon, their capstone. Business Tycoon, I guess I just thought it was okay the way it was written, right? You can use your reaction to instantly restock the items in your portable storefront whenever you roll for initiative. I had to agree with him. It made 0 sense. So, like, I just think being able to use your action to instantly restock the items in your portable storefront that did not appear on your top shelf at no cost. This way you can use it outside of combat. Sage Advice says the use an object action doesn't include magic items, but it's not very fun if you ask me. I would agree there. If the use an object action does not include magic items, then like that kills the power of that one. Hey Phil, what's going on? So this is one of those things, right? Where like I've just got a hard disagree with Jeremy Crawford on that because, I mean, it's the way that I'm going to run it at my tables. Otherwise, Thief Rogue is even more garbage than it was initially. So that's why I'm trying to figure out the wording for use an extra object to where it'll override any of Jeremy Crawford's interpretations. So when you take the use an object action, you can use 2 objects instead of 1. If an item states that it requires your action to use, you can use it once or twice as a part of this action, unless the object allows you to cast a spell. Unless you... Oh god, Apollo. Woo, man, I don't know what he ate, but... Man, I gotta burn a candle in here. Christ. Oh my god, that's bad. Oh, dude, I love you, but... Oh my god, okay. He's choking me out now. Whew, I need some, like, room spray after that. Jesus. I know, bud, it's not your fault. He knows exactly what I'm talking about. Okay. Back and recentered it here. To cast a spell. So, like, okay, the thing that Jeremy Crawford's talking about is, hey, Thama, not a whole lot, just going over what we're kind of discussing on the buffs, the changes that this one's getting. Sorry about that, let me adjust my mic. Hey, also missed Apollo stinking up the room. So, okay, I want to write this wording in a way to where it cannot be misconstrued. I don't think that this should be allowing you to cast a spell twice, but I think it should be allowing you to use 2 potions during your turn. So, or throw it to Alchemist's Fire, or do whatever. So, when you take the use an object action, you can use 2 objects instead of 1. If an item states that it requires your action to use, you can use it once or twice as a part of this action, unless that object allows you to cast a spell. I think that, unless using it involves the casting of a spell. Bam. What about cantrips? Can you cast a cantrip twice? I am not super comfortable with it allowing you to cast a cantrip twice. Cantrips scale in a way to where they're supposed to keep up with the extra attack action, and if this is going to allow you to cast a cantrip twice, the intention of this class is not for this to be a blaster. It's for this really hardcore to be a support. A very, very, like, I am all about like making heavy supports. I just love that play style. So this is something I don't want it to create a play style that's unintended, right? And this being able to cast 2 cantrips in a row, Yeah. Unless the object duplicates the effect of a spell versus actual spell cast. Yes, thank you. That's what I'm looking for. Thank you, Phil. Unless the object duplicates the effect of a spell versus actual spell. So, the actual spell casting, yeah, I did get a haircut. Cut it myself, actually. Pretty happy with that. The thing I'm thinking with that is I just don't want that to be, like, duplicates the effect of a spell. There's certain magic items in the game, and it's potions, right? It's potions that I'm constantly thinking about, where I don't think that a potion of healing is the effect of a spell. That's a magical effect. So I hope that by doing this, it doesn't override potions of healing. So, as a part of this action, unless using the object involves the casting of a spell, I don't want this to allow you to get like 2 magic types of wands or something, and then like bam bam, you know, get those 2 spells off. Let me see something. My good old friend, D&D Beyond. Okay. Let's look at magic items. Now, what does it usually do? Like, I'm worried about spell scrolls. You can read the scroll. Well, the scroll's going to disappear if the casting's interrupted, the spell's not lost. Right. So I'm not super worried about spell scrolls then. It's more so stabs and wands, right? Get out of here, not Phandelver. Staff of Fire? 10 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 or more of its charges to cast one of the following spells from it. Okay. So this is what we're worried about right here. Give resistance to this. Okay, it has 10 charges. While holding it, you can use an action to expend 1 or more of its charges to cast one. Okay, Burning Hands, Fireball. Yeah, so now you can see why I don't think that they should be able to use this, right? You can get Fireball out twice or Wall of Fire out twice. Each use consumes the use of the item as usual. I think that that's like already kind of a thing. Like, I think that's already assumed by a use of that action to use that. What about a Necklace of Fireballs? Is that a casting of the spell? Ah, thank you. Action to detach the bead and throw it away. Ooh. That's... It is a rare item. It is a set save DC. Oh, I'm trying to justify not butchering this. This could be the one item right here that I'm looking at, and I think this could be... It might require... Oh, man. That's a lot that you can do with that, right? Rare. Rare meaning it's got a value of, like, what is that? Well, it can go on your fucking top shelf. Okay, hang on. Yeah, okay, so I'm thinking if it goes on the top shelf, it's something that you can get until 11th level. Damn. That's gonna kill a really cool feature if I do that. Okay. That guarantees you a number of fireballs, right? But the fireballs, if you're using them on that necklace constantly, they don't regain the fireballs, but then you can just restock it. Now this is making you a blaster. I don't like that. Man. Okay. So, unless the item gives you the benefits of a spell, I may have to restrict it by... If I restrict it by item rarity, right, like magic item rarity, then I think that that's a little bit like, it feels like an arbitration. I'm not a big fan of that. Not really a big fan of like them having disadvantage on it either. That it feels like an arbitration in order to make a feature feel even somewhat tame. Okay. Twice as a part of this action. Okay, so 7th level. When can you get this Necklace of Fireballs? Because that's my big concern right now, right? 11th level. By 11th level, I'm gonna say, if you can restock that, they won't get automatically restocked and you are gonna have to rebuy it. So actually, I'm kind of okay with that. Yeah. Yeah, I'm actually kind of okay with that. Because if you're going to restock it, it's going to require gold pieces for you to restock. It's not like... Okay, hang on. Maybe... Your charisma modifier, I'm trying to remember. Items on your top shelf do not have to be restocked in order to change the item on your supply list that are not on your top shelf. But they otherwise obey all other restrictions for restocking and are not automatically restocked when you gain a level in this class. When you gain a level. I think it has to have that in this class. That'll fix that. Okay, let me check chat. Maybe something like unless the item gives you the benefits of a spell. I'm not a fan of that either because, well, I mean, I'm pretty, looking at the Necklace of Fireballs, right? Like, I'm pretty okay with that under the condition that you have to keep rebuying it. Because, like, the power of the merchant is that you have like guaranteed access to magic items that you want to buy, right? As long as they're on your top shelf. But it's going to cost you gold to keep replenishing that. So if they're spending the gold to do that and like constantly refreshing that, whatever, then I'm pretty okay with it. With this wording right here, if they're not automatically restocked when you gain a level in this class, this is going to prevent you from just, okay, I'm going to get my Necklace of Fireballs, and then whenever I level up, bam, I know I've got 1d6 plus 3 or whatever free fireballs I can throw out. So I think that this is actually going to be fine. And I don't know, chat, let me know what you think, because like if there's some confusion about that, then I want to make sure that like the rules are clear. Because what Rogue Watson said in his review was that the use an object action was a free item interaction, and that is true in some cases. That's true for like opening doors and like using levers or whatever. But like the actual use an object action is something else. And if there's other items that state like if it requires an action to use, yada yada yada, like you can use it once or twice as a part of this action. Wait a minute. For either use of this action. Use an object and object interaction are two types of actions. I agree with you. But there is, where was it? Player's Handbook. And it was... Okay, use an object. So this is on page 193. You normally interact with an object while doing something else, such as when you draw a sword as a part of an attack. When an object requires your action for it to use, you take the use an object action. This object, This action is also useful when you want to interact with more than one object on your turn. So, for here, when you take the use an object action, okay, hang on. So, it should probably say, if an item states that it requires your action to use, how does this work? What's the programming here? Use an object is specifically an action as per the action rules, whereas object interaction is the pull allow. Right. What we're thinking about right now is that, like, use an object isn't technically, like, in D&D terms, use an object is not technically its own separate action like dodge, disengage, or attack, right? Use an object is kind of like ancillary. It's like you, by using an object that has the, like, text of as an action, then that's the use an object action. So what I want this to say, and this is just the way that these are, can you use this feature to flip a light switch off and on? I mean, that's like the free object interaction, right? If you're interacting with the environment in a way that is not, like, requiring a check, then yeah. It is, though, as per Thief Rogue. Yeah, hey, Ahmed. And I agree with you. Thief Rogue seems to be like a subclass that Jeremy Crawford just is not a huge fan of. He doesn't like the way that that fast hands interaction. He keeps arguing that fast hands is not the way that it seems like it should be, right? Because I'm talking with other designers that talk about Thief with fast hands, and it's like, this does not act as intuitively, or at least Jeremy Crawford said it doesn't seem. Yeah, true. Check Rogue Thief fast hands. That doesn't allow you to throw an acid or something like that. Rules is written, right? So I'm trying to overcome that because I know what I want this to do, and I want this to be what everybody thinks this should do, right? And that's that during your turn, you should be able to use 2 objects, right? And I'm generally okay with now looking at some of these items I was worried about you being able to do this the way that I think it should. Use an object can be a bonus action if the object calls for the use of a bonus action, the same way cast a spell action can be a bonus action as well. Right. How about this? When you use your action to use an object action, you can use 2 objects instead of 1. If an item states that it requires your action to use, you can use it for either use of this action. That way, this way, if an object allows you to use your bonus action, this wouldn't work for that, right? Because I don't want that to happen. I don't want you to be able to use your bonus action to use an object action twice there, and then use your action to use an object action, overall making it 4 uses of that. So what I'm hoping this does, wait, when you use your action, but not your bonus action, to take the use an object action, you can use 2 objects instead of 1. Does it need that clarifier? Like, I don't know, is Yuke or Phil still in the chat? Because, like, this, I think I know what I'm trying to get across here. I love Thief Rogue. It's underrated. It can be cooler if it was given more features. It needs a 9th and 13th level. Is it 9th? I can't remember. Its 13th level is just not super great. Or 11th. I can't remember Rogue scaling right now. So, okay. So what I'm trying to do is make this to where this would only work as your action. But I think that some people... I think that there's some belief that if you can use it as an action, and then something later allows you to use a bonus action to use an object, I don't want this to allow you to use 2 objects during your bonus action, is my thing I'm scared about. How would this interact with magic items? Because those are a separate thing. Right, this is what I'm fixing right here. By the second paragraph, this fixes that. This was Rogue Watson's big critique in his review, so it's something I want to make sure is clarified here. When an object requires the use of an action. Requires the use of an action. To take the use an... Okay. When an object requires the use of an action to take the use an object action, you can use a second object as a part of See how this is getting cluttered now? Hey, Psycho, how's it going? Okay. When an object requires the use of an action, when an object requires the use of an action to take the use an object action, you can use a second object that requires an action as a part of that action. Oh, good lord. Wow. If you use the use action this way, I don't know. I don't know about that. Yeah, this is woof. Maybe you can use an object that requires the use of an action as a part of this use an object action. Yeah, the word salad here. I think so far rules is written you can't use two magic items because a magic item is its own rule, so I'm trying to override that. Because ideally what I want this to fix is I want you to be able to use 2 potions with this. I want you to be able on your turn to be able to use 2 potions. And I know rules is written, it like people have had this clarification of like if you can use 2 objects you can't use a magic item, whatever. That's what I'm trying to fix here. That's what I'm trying to overcome. When you use an object that requires the use of your action, you may use another item as a part of the same action. I think that's what I originally had. Hang on. Let me read through how that feels. An object that requires the use of your action. I think that's lowercase. May use another item as a part of the same action. That way it would have to be a separate one. Okay. When you use an object that requires the use of your action, you may use another item. You may use one additional item. Hang on. As a part of the same action. Yeah, the problem I'm trying to get into is this infinite use an item loop, right? I'm trying to address like whether or not that would allow that to happen. So, how about once during your turn, when you use an object that requires the use of your action, you may use one additional item as a part. Okay. Once during your turn, when you use an object that requires the use of your action, you may use an additional item as a part of the same action. That makes sense, right? You can't action search this either. Which I like. Yeah, you can use action search if you multi-class. Yeah, I want to make sure that it has that action search override. Magical, you can interact with another item. I think that, No, no, I'm not a huge fan of that idea. That's involving an extra clause. I don't want to add on to the action economy. I just want to make sure that it all like fits in with itself, right? It all plugs in, and there's a nice happy medium, right? We're all nice and happy with how it plays out in the game. I do like this wording. Once during your turn, when you use an object that requires the use of your action, you may use an additional item as a part of the same action. That feels clean, right? And that makes sense. There's no clause. Can anybody break this? Chat, who can break it? Because you can get all the way up to very rare items with your top shelf. But that's at like way later levels. I like how this is sitting right here. If you want, you can add that you may use the same item twice. I don't know, do I like that it's... I think I like the fact that it's still... I mean, this isn't preventing you from using 2 potions of healing during your turn. I think it would worry me if this allowed you to use, like, possibly... yeah, 2 wands of magic missile or something like that. That just doesn't feel like that's really, like, on point here. This is making you think about what all's in your inventory. So, like, it feels more fun, right, to use a wand of magic missile and then, like, quaff a potion or something. That just sounds really funny. I like that interaction a lot more than this possibly being opened up to you being able to use a necklace of fireballs twice during your turn. So, I like this. And then I'll allow tables to interpret whether or not they want that to be, you can use 2 objects, 2 of the exact same object during your turn. But yeah, whether you can use the same object twice. I'm also kind of curious here. The use extra item would imply that you're using a second item. Yeah, yeah, I was kind of trying to play on extra attack, you know? Extra use an object. Like, extra use, but then I, like, use an extra object. So let's see what Les said. Maybe once during your turn, you can use your action to use 2 objects that normally require you to use your action. I like that. Yeah, I had it originally as use extra object, but use an extra object feels... I don't know, I just like that. I like the name of it. It feels like it plays on extra attack. I do like Les's wording there. Once during your turn, you can use your action to use 2 objects that normally require you to use your action. I'm gonna just copy and paste you over here. Once during your turn, you can use your action to use 2 objects that normally require you to use your action. That's clean. That is a fix right there. Is this class reaction heavy? No, not at all. Wait, did they get counterspell? I forgot if I put that on their spell list or not. Yes, they do. Okay, so if they get counterspell and they're gonna get, they don't get shield as a part of this, and that's actually, hang on, that's actually something. This gives me so much territory here now. Guess what? All you blacksmith merchants out there, now you got shield as your first level spell. And that's, I'll talk more about into the buffs that I'm giving everything else in here. I'm more so right now kind of worried about what doesn't seem like it plays out right. I fixed Business Tycoon. That's just going to be a great improvement right there. I mean, if you hit 20th level, then yeah. Backstock is mostly fine. It's just kind of a Hail Mary feature, which, like, it's the same thing for Cleric, you know? Yeah, Blacksmith needed some love. That was meant to be a bit of a frontline kind of a merchant in a really funny way. So shield is a huge spike for them. And it super makes sense on them. Akimbo wands. Reaction instead of other types. So it's just, that might be a little bit fiddly. I'm gonna reserve my thoughts on that because I don't really know in what cases that would apply to, you know. Okay, so I'm curious, those of you, because I know I think I've seen 3 or 4 of you that have actually played the merchant in chat. This feature right here. So I've seen some pushback against Pack Mule, right? Mostly because nobody uses encumbrance rules, right? This is not meant to be a big mechanically weighted feature right here, because they're already getting other features at 5th level through their subclass. So Pack Mule is meant to just be like funny, like fluff here, right? Do I got any ability / spells that includes leveraging? Seems like a really good narrative to have with this. I'm going to, there's a cantrip that I've had a few ideas for that I'm absolutely adding in here. There's a, how do I put it? There's one that's just straight up going to be a currency conversion cantrip, right? Where like, hey, we've got 50 copper pieces. What can we do with that? Bam. You as a merchant can just convert that over into 1 gold piece. So, you know how like funny that is for the game? Like, you know, someone says that you stole money from them and you just convert it over into a different currency and you're like, what are you talking about, man? Like, you know? There's another one that I've gotten the idea for gilding, which is going to be sick, nasty for those of you that, hey, we've got a fight with a werewolf and nobody silvered their weapons. If you've got the money to do it in your wallet, like, you can gild a weapon as a cantrip. I thought that would be really, really fun. Like, just being able to cover an object with metal, like, if you've got the time to do it like that, I think that's pretty fun. Maybe instead of carrying capacity, give them a small bag of holding. They already kind of have that with the portable storefront. The portable storefront is a, I mean, like many of you that have played it so far, this is a bag of holding, but instead of weight, it worries about value. So, like, is it always going to store stuff for you? No, not necessarily. If it doesn't fit in the storefront, then it won't store in there. But I love the way that one works. Oh, that needs... Bam. Cool. Let me get that over there. Bam. General layout work I was doing this morning. Oh, and not a dog. I gotta check on Evaldi's because I know that you sent that to me. There's so many cantrips that not a dog came up with that I was reviewing on stream that just, oh my god, they were beautiful. Absolutely need to be on here. The pet dealer is another merchant that I need to consider adding into here. There was maybe a few tweaks I would make to it from whenever I did it as the Patreon exclusive. So I need to double check on that one and then throw it over here. I think it's been 3 months since I did that one. Silver lining, you can use 10 pieces of silver to magically plate a weapon. Yes, yeah, that's, yeah. But I also thought, like, what could that do for, like, adamantium, right? Because, like, it's not just silver that you're really going to want. It's also, like, if you ever get across adamantium, like, so I think that a guild, you being able to instantly guild or, like, de-guild an item could be pretty sick. Yeah, let's... I think base class wise, that was about what I handled already. Will there be variants of this class like in Dancer? How so do you mean? Will there be variants of this class? Like, you mean subclasses? Yeah. So I like the idea of being able to guild and like instantaneously like strip metal off of a thing. I need to Good lord, I need to get some layout stuff done here. But also to chat, just like if there's any questions you got, just shout out, let me know. Ooh, is that one? Yeah. God, I love this guy, Oliver Buckland. This guy's such a cool abstract EDM. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oliver Buckland. I think this guy is going to wind up being like one of the big, kind of like, do you know, like Otis McDonald, or is it Otis McDonald? Oliver Buckland has got such a great brain for this like abstract EDM. I don't even know what you would call it. Hourglass Minute. Yeah, that has it been 3 months? Okay. And I think so far the one that's winning over on Patreon is me doing my revision of the Raven Queen Warlock right now. Which is good because I've got Warlock currently like on my mind thanks to all the videos. Yeah, I have to figure out how to reel it in a little bit. I think the building of an item should be temporary, otherwise it would completely bypass that function or interaction. Oh, the landlord's really funny. The landlord is really, really damn funny. Because it's the most goddamn, like, life sim subclass I think I've ever written. But, like, there were spells that were in there that just felt like... I mean, they have to be big, right? So the landlord I thought could be really funny to have as a zoner, which is a playstyle that I don't really see too many D&D classes really doing. The zoner is pretty much a playstyle completely evoked through spell expression, right? Like character expression is, as far as making a zoner, I think the best one in the game could have been Circle of the Land. And if I was going to make a fix to like Circle of the Land, it would be to try and bring that out a little bit more. Druid already has enough control spells, but like there's not a whole lot of expression for like a zoner. So whenever I made my Druid Circle of the Cairn, that was what I was trying to do. Was I was like, let's take Druid and make like with wild shape, instead of this being the like shapeshift thing, let's make it to where you just make a bunch of rocks, right? Like I thought that was really fun. And, you know, I love the Bones of the Earth Bones of the Earth spell. And that was like my big inspiration for like, okay, we just need to make it all about this. This is so sick. Let me delete that. That should be the right font, yeah. Just green stoner. Cairns is, I was really happy with that one. Especially it was, I saw a piece of artwork from Leah Koo, who is a French artist over in France. And I really liked her style, and she actually did the Mimicry Wizard artwork, because I saw that over on Reddit and I was like, whoa, okay, I want to design something around this subclass, right, or around this artwork. So she completely inspired that. And then I contacted her to try and commission her for... Wait, that might be Amazon. Is that Amazon? We might have an unboxing here. You guys chill. Oh yeah, okay. Sick. 1 second. I'll be right back. Hey guys, come on, chill. Hey, come on, go back. Sick. Nice. So, yeah, I have been really trying to build out. I got a brand new desk, so I've been really trying to build out the area and get some sort of like cleaned up around here. One thing, yes, in doing so, there was a day where I had to move some of the paints, and I moved them to the garage, and they all froze because it gets super chilly out here in Oklahoma. So, oh, finally, I have mini paints again. Like a ton of these. Army Painter, by the way. I kept fighting with what company's paints I actually like, because they actually stick to minis, and yeah. So after trying out a bunch of Army Painters and Citadels and everything else, I finally just settled on, for what you get for the price and like the consistency of the paint, Army Painters just really killed it for me. So yeah. Oh god, is it like super messy over here? Oh, let me hide some stuff. Oh god. Yeah, so over on this side of the desk, I've got like all the paint set up, my dinosaur over there, and I'm trying to get a paint station kind of built over there, so you guys can see some behind the scenes stuff. Oh, let's see here. This desk comes with a really cool lectern now, so I can put up whatever I need right here, and then it's pretty sick, not gonna lie. Whoop, if I can, there we go. I don't know, sure, you'll hang there. But yeah, I feel like I've actually got like a creation desk now. Thank you, Amazon. All right. So, getting back onto the merchant. Talking about the spell list, was there any spell? I know some of you have had some questions about their spell list in the past. Was there any spell that you all can think of that is not currently on this is an opportunity here, is not currently on the merchant spell list that you're like, why is that not there? Come here. Because I have gotten questions about this a lot. There we go. Cantrips, first level. I need that. Oh my god. Formatting on this one was so bad. Boop, boop. So the reason why distort value, and this is a shame, this is just how you have to play the game with the DM's Guild. So DM's Guild does not allow you to use, you can use spells or whatever from any book you want, except for those that were published as a third-party project. So you can't use anything from Explorer's Guide to Wildemount, Wildemount. You can't use any from Acquisitions Incorporated, because that's part of Penny Arcade. And I'm trying to remember, I don't think the Rick and Morty one had any new spells in it, but I can't really remember. But yeah, you can't actually use those. Why does this look so odd? Regular, yeah, 11.5, cool. I really wish though I could get distort value, because all those, or like Jim's Magic Coin. Yeah, it's just a licensing thing. I really wish I could. I can't even mention them in here, which sucks. because I totally agree that one would be super perfect here. And I think everybody that plays this is going to kind of know, like, it would make sense if you could add it in here. So, yeah. But I can't even go so far as to give people a disclaimer, right? Like, in the book, I can't even say, like, hey, there's certain spells that super make sense for this. They are in X book or whatever. Yeah, most of them just say, like, just use your discretion. If it generally makes sense, like it has to do with value or whatever, like, go ahead and use it. Why is that? Yeah, why was that like that? What you do is make your own version of the spells that you want. I feel like that is dancing on the mouth of a volcano right there. Mage Hand would make sense. I think the thing I initially thought with Mage Hand was that it just made more sense as like an arcane only spell. Damn it, this table. It just kind of made sense as an arcane only sort of a spell. But like, I gotta admit, it just makes sense, right? Have we gotten to the drug dealer yet? Nah, not yet. I guess you would call it the swindler? Mage Hand makes sense. I've seen a lot of people that were also asking why it couldn't get Find Familiar. Look, like, grab a feat, do the Mage Initiate thing, go for it that way. I personally feel like Find Familiar, it kind of makes sense here. But I feel like I always hear the argument with Find Familiar where people are like, why can't I get a pet class here with it? Or why can't I get a pet? Why can't I, you know, et cetera, et cetera. So I always just kind of added a disclaimer, like, Find Familiar, sure, add it if it makes sense for you. No, there's not actually going to be a drug dealer. The pet, I think the pet dealer did. And that opened up some territory on that one, right? If you want to take a feat or if you want to do some stuff in, like in your games where you can get an animal companion, talk it over with your DM. But I'm kind of hesitant because Find Familiar plays a lot into certain play styles that other classes get, you know? Like with Wizard, getting Find Familiar super makes sense because it's like expanding your overall area of effect as a wizard. Warlock with Pact of the Chain, right? Because Warlock gets added onto that. It doesn't seem to me like Wizard or like Merchant is necessarily. Maybe you could say. Let's skip the Witcher stuff. Okay, my pushback on that, though, to myself, is that this is supposed to be a support. You can have your little, like, pet pseudo dragon or whatever go run and do a cure wounds for you, right? So, okay. Oh, can I listen to... Yes, I will. One sec. Gonna add Find Familiar, okay? I've had enough people request it. And I just thought about how cool it would be to have the playstyle where, like, you have your little shop assistant. Yeah, and druids get Find Familiar, but, like, it doesn't really add much to druid other than, like, it feels like a flavor pick to them. But, you know, it's there. So, you mean, is it Abu? Reason being that, you know, they can deliver the spell with a, with a range of touch, all that stuff. So, I do think it's going to enhance their playstyle a little bit. Enlarge Reduce is one that people were asking about too. That felt a little... I think Enlarge Reduce just didn't really... I'm like, the shenanigans of that spell are all because of the spell, and I don't really know what it's getting out of the, what it's really enhancing on the merchant, you know? I guess it's there, like, you know what could be funny, though? You know what could be really funny? Enlarge Reduce not necessarily being on the merchant, but being on the swindler. That sounds really, really funny. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's a second level spell. Yes, let's talk about the subclasses and why I'm gonna buff them. The spell list, I think most everything else that's on there is pretty fine, right? Yeah. Continual Flame, that's like a, what, first level spell? I wouldn't mind that so much. Ugh, man, I'm still getting used to this new hair. Continual Flame makes sense. It's a second little spell. Yeah, Continual Flame works. Oh, it is on there. So fast Terran agreed with you. Okay. Okay, so subclasses. What changes are being made? The Apothecary got all new spells. Well, I say all new. The Apothecary got spells to build on top of everything. Wait, I want to make sure of something real quick. Did the Artificer get a change because of Tasha's? No. So it still gets Ray of Sickness. Okay, because Tasha's Caustic Brew is in Tasha's. Heat/Chill Metal. That was like a 2e spell, I want to say. But going through this, what are the different subclasses, right? So you've got the Apothecary, which is like the big, potion seller. You've got the Blacksmith. I think everyone's expecting that. This is going to be kind of a semi-frontline merchant. I think now that I've added Shield on here, it's looking pretty good for them. The Esotericism merchant is all about dealing in occult and cursed items. So you all out there, if there was ever a merchant that this made sense on, it's got to be Hex, right? Like, whenever I say that they're getting buffs, I mean they're getting big buffs. So Hex is going to be going on to the Esoteric Merchant Guild. Is Chromatic Orb on their list? Oh, that's kind of a cool one. I'm not sure which one are you talking about the overall? If you're talking about the base merchant, no. The base merchant should not be getting much of any damaging spells whatsoever. The Gambler is one I'm fighting with. And I changed the card table for the merchant, or for the Gambler, because it was taking up way too much territory, and it works really well if I just do it as a big wide table like this. Probably need to tweak Poker Face a little bit. And their spell list is going to be a confusing one to deal with. I don't want it to just be one that I don't want it to just be one that, like, gives you advantage on stuff. I don't really know why I put Counterspell in here. I'm gonna have to play with theirs. Gamblers is gonna be a interesting one to kind of get right. That table, that looks a little small. I think that's right. Redefine. Bam. Cool. We actually, Ross Benjamin and I, whenever we were doing Legends of Frozen Far, I think we wrote a Chill Metal spell in that book. Or maybe it was a class feature. I can't remember. It may have been what we put on the Arl Warlock, which, by the way, Legends of Frozenfar is going to wind up getting put on Fantasy Grounds. So it's been a cool day. Just checking some stuff real quick. Okay. You think the link in the description is broken? The link to my Discord? Copy. Okay, the link I'm about to post up in chat should work. Yeah, so that should allow you to join up with the Discord community. How did that happen? I woke up this morning, checked my Dungeon Masters Guild account, saw that I had a notification that someone was interested in putting it on Fantasy Grounds. So followed up with them, and they're also interested in converting my merchant and my dancers. So that's why we're doing all this today, because I've got to get this thing in a good state for Fantasy Grounds. Why is this? Bam, there we go. Get rid of you. I need to get the arrows for that. Okay, so the Apothecary, all new spells on this one. Let me get Streamlabs back up. Okay. The link to the class is broken? To this class? I'm not sure which class you're meaning. Bam. That should take you to the merchant class. If that doesn't, let me know. I'll try to get something out for you. Okay. The description link is broken. What? Okay. I'll mess with that later. It might be, I don't know. I'll check on that. But the links that I just posted up in the chat should work and take you to all that stuff. So, what were we talking about? Apothecary spells. Okay, cool. So, Apothecary spells. Cure Wounds, Tasha's Caustic Brew. They both work. Alright, cool. Thank you, Phil. Enhance Ability, Gentle Repose, Mass Healing Word, Revivify, Aura of Life, Death Ward, Greater Restoration, and Raise Dead. So all really protective healing magic. Image Portfolio 008 Super. What? No, oh man, I think I know what's going on there. Don't worry, I'll get it fixed. If they're shortening the link, maybe that's the issue, but I don't know. I'll double check and see what's going on, because that would suck if I've got to correct all those damn links. But hey, you know. So Apothecary, just getting some nice love there. Other than that, the rest of their stuff is totally as is. Blacksmith. So already Blacksmith is going to come out and get Searing Smite and Shield 5th level. They'll get, these are going to be their 2nd level spells. So Heat Metal. And what's going to be fun about this? Oh, weird. What? Hang on. Let me see what's going on with that. I really don't want that to screw up. Come on. All right, hang on. We might have an echo. Let me give it like a 10-second pause. What? Oh. I see what's going on. Okay, so the problem is that YouTube is shortening the link in order to make it fit in the description. And yeah, so that is a YouTube problem, not a DN's Guild thing. I've got to figure out how to fix that, because that would really suck. I might be able to link it in the text of the description. That's really weird. Okay, so sorry about that, but yeah, I will try to work on that tonight, because, oh man, me going back and trying to retroactively fix that on every single video, that's gonna suck. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's trying to get, so it's trying to populate off of an old link in which they only used numbers for the product listings. But I think they updated the way that they generate links to products. So yeah, I'm gonna have to work on that later. That sucks. Okay. No, because they're not going to be an offensive caster. That's not going to be their role. You've got to think about your play style, right? Like, I don't want them to be an offensive. I don't want them to be attacking really heavy. I don't want them to be big damage dealers. I'm making a support class. So if they want to get, you know, offensive stuff, like, the way I put it is you should know beforehand what the class is going to be doing. And, like, if you're going... The idea behind a support is that you know that it's your job to make everybody else shine really, really heavy, right? So, like, if you're not into that, then you should probably play a different class. Yeah. Like, that's always my pushback on that. I make, you know, the merchant is meant to be a support. Pin the link in chat. Yeah, one sec. There we go. Thank you for the heads up. All right. All about professionalism in here. Well, and yeah, that's fine. You can get that playstyle out of different subclasses, right? Different subclasses have these different spell or different lists and possible different playstyles. So, like, if you want to go offensive, hang on, I'll show you. I didn't want to give it to you in their. I didn't want to give it to you in the spell list. I wanted to give it to you through way of esotericism, where they get... Where's that? Page Master. This right here allows you to be a blaster and to get all the wizard stuff without having to throw it in on the spell list for absolutely every single merchant. So the way that this works with Page Master is effectively your expanded spell list is infinite. If you're in an order, like if you're on a table with, like, I think this works with Order of Scribes, but I can't remember, because this was written before Order of Scribes came out. So Page Master, if you find a spell scroll, you can add it to your portable storefront, ignoring rarity restrictions listed in your portable storefront feature. Whenever you have a spell scroll in your portable storefront, you may prepare and cast the spell on the scroll as if it were a merchant spell. You lose the ability to cast it this way if you take it out of your portable storefront, and you must otherwise obey all restrictions for selecting the spell as described in your spell casting feature. Casting the spell on the spell scroll with this feature does not destroy it while it remains in your portable storefront. Yeah, support specialist. Oh man. Part of the reason why I'm making, like, my next class that I design, I am going as far away from support as I can. I don't know what it's going to be quite yet. The Invoker is going to be kind of put on the back burner for a second, because everyone that I want to collaborate with on that is a little tied up in some other projects. So that's going to require, like, I've already written the magic system for it, but designing the base class for a brand new type of magic system, I'm basically having to, like, it's going to be a chore. It's going to be a big chore. So I'm trying to figure out everything involved with that. Plus, I really want to get Heavy and Ross in on that one, so I need to make sure that like everybody's got time. Maybe summon Construct. Ooh, ooh. Not a Dog gave me some real cool spells. They love my help on the Gladiator or Blood Mage. Both are definitely not support classes. I mean, yeah, we can talk about it in the Discord server. I need to take a look. You got you sent me that stuff earlier, right? Yes. Okay. There's a few really fun ones that Not a Dog came up with. This Impervious Anvil is just too good. Oh man, I love this one. So talked with Not a Dog and got a few spells that he wrote for the merchant. Well, really, Not a Dog extended it out to like really because you started working on this for like artificer spells, right? Oh, man, yeah, I can't wait to see what's going to wind up happening whenever you really start making a lot of content for the DMs Guild. Take a look at your Necromancer sometime. Yeah, I'll, because the user submission one, the user submission stream was actually a lot of fun. So I'm planning on doing one of those maybe once a month, possibly. I'll try and schedule it out and see what I can do. But yeah, that's also another incentive for like Patreon sponsorship. So like, if you go and sponsor me over there, I make sure that yours are like in like the top line for any of the user submitted homebrew review kind of streams that we do. So, and I'm gonna try talking Ross into making a guest appearance on the next one. But yeah, for the Necromancer, you know, like, I always kind of wonder why. I think the only reason why people aren't really happy with Wizard being the main Necromancer is like, it's just because the core thing of what you want to do as a Necromancer doesn't happen until like 6th level, right? Like, that's whenever it clicks on that you're like, yeah, okay, now I'm a Necromancer, right? So I have ways that I've like, I want to try to encourage people not to reinvent the wheel, because I don't think that Necromancer as a, I don't think that Necromancer is really robust enough to have a bunch of different archetypes underneath the class, you know? You think Necromancer should be Charisma? I don't know. I kind of wonder though, if you want to build a Necromancer, what are your subclasses even going to be based off of? You know, what are your, like, Wizard has their different arcane traditions, Fighter has their different fighting styles. What is it for Necromancer? What is their subclass going to be? Because I feel like anytime I've seen a Necromancer class, that's where people like get hung up, is you go to like execute the subclass and then it what, like, where does it go, you know? Yeah, that's kind of what I'm curious about, someone actualizing that. But anyways, so on the Blacksmith, what's going to be some good 2nd level spells for them to get? Spirits, Corpses, and Knowledge subclasses. How so do you mean by Knowledge? Yeah, but see, I would think that, like, is it just your type of undead? In which case, like, Paths of Undeath? Turning into a specific undead? And you know, like, ghostly undead, you know, the incorporeal stuff. Yeah, that's a very, very missed territory in 5th edition that I think is totally open to exploration. But I also think that, like, you can make Necromancer pretty alright, just by doing some very tiny tiny improvements to their second level. Oh, hey, cool. Thanks for coming by, Thama. Incorporeal and Dead are now being covered by Bard, kind of. I don't know what's going to wind up happening with College of Spirits. I don't know. I have some... I don't know what's going to happen with that. Yeah. College of Spirits is just way too, like... I hate to say clunky. There's a lot of words. Like, to keep it simple, all I know really how to say about that is, like, it feels kind of all over the place. I need to really get in on a subclass review and talk about College of Spirits, because I'm not a big fan of the direction they're going in with that one. Incorporeal, yeah. Ghosts are always a favorite of mine. I mean, I wrote like a Phantom Warrior fighter a while back that, you know, I'm all about that. I'm all about that. But, yeah, I just always kind of wonder if, like, you know, what their archetypes are supposed to, like, devolve into. Yeah. Because, like, Necromancy Wizard is a very good subclass once you hit 6th level. At 6th level, it's like, okay, now we're big and beefy, right? Okay. I need to get back in on this. So, their second level, Continual Flame is alright. That's cute. I like the idea of Continual Flame just kind of on their spell list. That's pretty fun. But I don't know that it's going to be really playstyle defining for them, because they got Heat Metal. Okay, so Heat Metal is very nice for them, right? Alright, so Heat Metal, and we're thinking Blacksmith, right? Knock is kind of funny. There's Magic Weapon. It's just gotta be Magic Weapon, right? It has to be Magic Weapon. Not a whole lot, Spencer. We're just talking about some changes that I'm making to the merchant right now. I'm looking at each of the different subclasses is going to get an additional spell at each of those spell levels. This is... So I'm thinking that Magic Weapon just has to be what goes on. And this has to be the Blacksmith, right? Ross has talked me out of Elemental Weapon a time or two. What was the deal with Elemental Weapon? Let me take a look. Because I think it was concerning about who got it. That's a 3rd level spell, isn't it? Because that was... Yeah, okay, so they have Elemental Weapon. I thought Ross talked me out of that one. Paladin, Forged Domain. I mean, it's on Forged Domain, so it's got to go in there, right? Okay. So they have Elemental Weapon. Blacksmith needs another 3rd level spell. Blinding Smite is good, because Elemental Weapon is a nice buff. Summon Construct. Yeah. That's in Tasha's. I do like that a lot. Alright. Boom. And, you know, Elemental Weapon to me There's a thing with elemental weapon where it feels like it's kind of it doesn't just feel like, cool, we're giving this weapon like fire damage, right? Like, what is it about this? I mean, it's on Hexblade, it's on Artificer, it's on Paladin, it's on Forge Domain. I'm okay with elemental weapon being on there. Let's be frank. Okay, see. Are you guys talking, oh, Necromancy Wizard? Necromancy Wizard's a little nuts on any table that allows that to play its full potential. I'll say that much. Okay. So what else at third level? For the blacksmith, and remember, we can't use anything that appears in Wildemount or Acquisitions Incorporated. I'd hate to go like just throw Fireball out there. Meld into stone, that's pretty funny. Protection from energy, I mean, oh god, it's gonna feel like I'm just pulling stuff off of Forge Domain, huh? I mean, it super makes sense. And I mean, it is sort of like in that same space. It's just this is like a non-religious Forge Domain cleric. Okay, let's see 5th level spells, what we got. Animate objects. Nah, I can't pull. That's on Forge Domain, right? Yeah, no, it's not gonna get animate objects. Tiny Servant is pretty funny. But Tiny Servant also feels pretty arcane to me, you know? Distort value, like I said, distort value is in Acquisitions Incorporated, which means I cannot use that for a DM's Guild product. Yeah, Summon Construct is on their spell list. Vanishing Smite is kind of sick. It would be, but like, Animate Objects is really... Number one, Forge Domain's already getting it, and I'm already kind of stepping on their toes here. Number two, like, Animate Objects feels more arcane to me, and this isn't really like an animator as much as a, like, I am enchanting weapons kind of a thing, right? I think Fabricate is there already. Yeah, Phil. No, Fabricate's their 4th. Constant static. Are you serious? Is that... Hang on. Sorry, give me 2 seconds and I can fix that, if that's what's going on. Yeah, just let me know whenever that happens. Well, I mean, I know I can fix it. Hang on a sec. It has everything to do with my mic cable going near any electricity. Okay. Yeah, there we go. Thank you so much for the heads up. Yeah, if you guys hear that, just let me know. I gotta figure out a way to like shield my my mic cord here. Or I just need to buy like $200 XLR cable. Jesus Christ. Okay. Creation. Creation could make sense. Holy weapon. I don't want to encroach on cleric and paladin territory. They can get legend lore through the base class. Yeah, yeah, holy weapon doesn't really fit the thematics of it. Skill empowerment could make sense, but there's another merchant that gets it, and it doesn't. I don't think that one's really necessarily enhancing the feel, right? Maybe in a feature give the blacksmith the sword because it melee cantrips. Possibly. Wait a minute, did I give them? Man, their arms dealer is already so good. I need to get the better wording on that, but that needs expertise. I do like the idea there of green flame blade and booming blade and everything. Those are cantrips that I feel like you have to just always keep in mind because they are just going to be a thing now for D&D, and yeah, it feels like a real quick way to make a gish, right? That's my sellsword cantrip. I've got to do that. Yeah, immolation, it's from Xanthar's Guide. 5th level though. God, no, I'm not gonna get them Flame Strike. I don't want to just make another Forge Domain Cleric. Let me look here. Creation, right? Adamantine. Adamantine. I'm gonna go with that. Creation. Creation and immolation. Creation, immolation. I am seriously dating myself by doing that fucking reference there. Can they get a feature when they cast a spell on an object? They target another item, like twin spell for objects. Can they get a feature when they cast a spell on an object? They can target another item, like they can target an additional item. Usually that's like part of upcasting a spell. I think unless it's like elemental weapon. Oh wait, spell level. Yeah, there you go. Wait. Yeah. That's like you're effectively always upcasting animate objects. I'm not a fan of that idea. But like, I mean, well, elemental weapon is already so good. Except that it's not going to really scale with these guys, right? The highest they can cast it is 5th level. Except what's good with those is like, what I can do for that is like when you cast elemental weapon using a 5th level spell slot, it's cast as if you would use the 7th level spell slot. That would be a really good capstone for them. It's like Forge Master, that's gonna kick in. Forge Master is a very nice big capstone for them. So let me talk about this. So I like what they get right here with retool enchantments. Is like, if you played Skyrim, I wrote basically the enchantment system from Skyrim as their 3rd level feature. This is supposed to feel really, really cool in that you can disenchant items, you learn that enchantment, and you can put it on another item. That sounds so cool. Now, yeah, and then you can stack the properties and all that stuff. That's going to feel very much just like, oh, I played Skyrim, I know what this does. Blacksmith magic. No, almost no spell does that, only animate object do. Maybe I'm talking about something like a split enchantment. A wizard? Possibly. I right now, I'm not super concerned about like what happens whenever they're leveling up. The only thing I don't really like is that whenever they get spells like Elemental Weapon and Magic Weapon on a class that only gets 5th level spell slots, that feels a little not super great. Is your reaction to, yeah, that's Heart of the Forge. Forge Master, anywhere you stock in your portal forefront. Right, this is already super, super good. Additionally, Elemental Weapon or Magic Weapon, 5th level spell slot. It is cast as if had used a 7th level spell slot. Boom, nice. For Forge Master, that's super sweet. And I would be terrified to do that any higher. Enchantment. Okay. So those are very, very good buffs. Very strong buffs. 17th level. And then them getting that spike at 15th. And then... oh, wait. Because they're not going to get their spell slot for another 2 levels. Oh, crap. Okay, hang on. This is available to you at... okay, hang on. And cast Elemental Weapon or Magic Weapon using a 4th or 5th level spell slot. It is cast as if... okay, hang on. So does that make sense? When you reach 17th level in this class and cast Elemental Weapon or Magic Weapon using a 4th or 5th level spell slot, it is cast as if you had used a 7th level spell slot. This just needs to be a 5th level spell slot. This is a clunkiness right there. Yeah. Please don't use specific spells. It might come new spells that would be similar effects. Let's talk about spells that target objects. You can concentrate and other stuff like that. Maybe. Oh wait. The, hang on. Okay. That would be like future-proofing it. Like, I agree with that, right? Cast a spell and increases the damage of a weapon or adds... that's fair. in this class, and anytime you cast a spell targeting a weapon or armor, a fifth that targets, how about this, that enhances weapons or armor. It does not require concentration. And is cast as if you use the 7th level spell slot, getting you into the big nasty. That is a great effect. Alright. Additionally, when you reach 17th level in this class, anytime you cast a spell using a 5th level spell slot that enhances weapons or armor, it does not require concentration and is cast as if you had cast a 7th level spell slot. That's already limited by the mere fact that they get, I think it's like 2 5th level spell slots, or how hell, where'd that go? This damn table. That is 11. That doesn't look like it's 11. Yeah, they're gonna get, so 2 5th level spell slots. So this means that, well, no concentration means that they'll only be able to concentrate on, or they're only going to be targeting, to have, sorry, there we go, 2 of these enchantments available at any time. So, because they can only get 2 of these 5th level spell slots, that means they can only do this twice per long rest. That's fair, possibly. The thought to me is that not a lot of spells like that actually have effects that get cast at 9th level, you know what I mean? Or really give you a benefit from upcasting it to 9th level. Like looking at Elemental Weapon, right? This bonus is hardcore stuck at 7th level. Like, you don't get any benefits from casting it up any higher, right? Like, you're literally wasting 8th and 9th level spell slots by doing that. Not saying you should, but it's already very niche, and upcasting is typically underpowered per level. Yeah, it will, and I understand that. Them only getting these 2 spell slots, like, yeah, it's one of those things that, like, usually we're not seeing spells like this get any higher than that. Wait, Elemental Bane. Oh, yeah. Ooh, that could be cool for the, yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, they tended to do, like, the weapon enchantment scaling based off of every other, like, level, every 2 levels instead of every 1 level. So that's why upcasting those tends to not super scale great. And you're quite honestly, by casting a 9th level spell just to add elemental weapon at a higher level, you're kind of wasting that spell slot. Like, that's a big dump on that spell slot. Even 8th, I would say. Go so far as to, like, cast it at 8th. Ugh. Yeah, I mean, it is like its ultimate power, right? I guess for narrative, like, honestly, there's very little power budget. Or there's very little weight that happens if I do this. There's very little weight if I do that. Other than the fact that we're thinking about that as if you're getting 2 9th level spell slots. Then that looks scary. Anything concentration above 5th level is a tough choice. That's very fair. I'm buffing the Forge Master a little bit. Buffing the Blacksmith. Because their Forge Master ability is really cool. But, like, it just didn't feel spicy. It didn't feel like I was really giving Blacksmith a lot of love. each of the different merchants is getting a additional spell at every spell level through their guild. And I'm taking a look at some of the capstones and seeing what I can do now that we live in the age of Tasha's. What can I do to bring these up to around that level of power, right? Wait, let's get you over here. I think you're gonna look better in the corner. Yeah. God, I love Jeremy's art. That's, yeah. Plus it leaves you open to making spells for the class later that scale better. Yeah, that's, yeah. Okay, so I do like that it's like a disincentive for you to always use like exchangeable casting, but like, man, that is a, you gotta admit, that's a really real spicy use of 2 5th level spell slots. Well, and I guess it is going to give you that on the house later on, so it's not really a big deal. Ooh, man. Yeah, that's good. Okay, cool. So, the apothecary didn't need any changes. Oh, wait, what? Oh man, have I had the PDF like that this long? Oh, that makes me sad. Yep, I built this back before Tasha's. I didn't know what kind of precedent they were going to go with for the subheaders. Oh, that hurts. I let this go that long looking this rough. Ooh. There we go. Apothecary, apothecary, apothecary. Bam, 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 bam. Cool, cool. Okay. Okay. I think that's good. Wait. Oh no, it is on every single one of them. Ah, okay. We'll fix it as we go. We'll get it. So with the esotericism merchant, I've actually heard, like, yeah, being able to edit whenever you see a mistake, right? I've seen very little pushback against this subclass. I'm like, a lot of people have seen this and they saw Page Master and they thought, holy crap, what the hell is this subclass doing? What? Oh my god. Yeah, and I did not have a editor on this one. Swindler. There we go. Gambler. Oh god, I'm so glad now I'm doing this. See, this is what I meant, like, after Tasha's, now that we see what they're going with for the look of, like, how these are supposed to read. Cool. Yeah, the esotericism is one that doesn't seem flashy, right? This doesn't seem super flashy. No editor on this one. Oh man. So oh god, I have had either really great or really just terrible experiences with editors that, like, honestly, the best ones I got, like, Zandy just voluntarily did a bunch of editing for me on the Dancer, and man, did such a great job that I was like, okay, here's 5%. Like, seriously, just absolutely killed it. Should I edit? What editor am I using? Like, my software, or who am I using? It's hard being an independent creator, right? you kind of got to be a 5-man team. Not only am I doing, you know, my YouTube channel, but I'm also doing like all the design work that I do over on the guild. I do my graphic design stuff. I need to do yada yada yada. Yeah, and the sensitivity readers. The you know, I got really lucky here with the merchant to where, like, you know, I designed a class that, at least from what I was able to tell, I don't really need a sensitivity reader on much of anything, because I wasn't trying to like encroach on any different cultures or anything like that, right? So, you know, on the dancer, it was more so I was trying to keep things as like, I'm gonna let people express the characters they want to with it, and like, I don't want to get on any like cultural territory with that. So, yeah, it is, you know, luckily we're in the information age. Is that what we're in? Is it the information age? Where it's fairly easy to be a one-man team. It's a lot of work, but Jesus. Yeah, Zandy killed it. Yeah, just voluntarily submitting some edits. Great job. I've only had to go through after Zandy's edits like, I think one more time just to make one more pass, and it's been fantastic. What did that say? I needed to be more specific. Also, I wouldn't call someone well, no, I am. So who am I using on this one? Nobody. I am just going through here, getting this formatted because Fantasy Grounds is, they're getting this ready for a Fantasy Grounds release. And I wanted to make sure that the merchant was in its good. Like, yeah, I don't want people to have to go through and do more edits, because I was like, oh, I'm not happy with where this is at. Paragen site indications. Lots of new applications that come out. So the software I'm using right now is Adobe InDesign. This is what like Wizards of the Coast uses to make their stuff. This software is like just ridiculously good at doing trade dress. I have to bounce, but if you have time for one last question, what stage in design did you decide that this class needed magic to work? You know, that's I think, like, I was fighting with it, right? Where I wanted to make it, I always struggle with giving a class spellcasting. I'm like, it really needs to justify it for me to want to give it spellcasting. And I was talking about this a little bit with some other people, and I was like, what do you think of when you think of merchant? And they're usually like, well, that's who we talk to whenever we want to buy magic items, or we want to buy, you know, whatever. And I'm like, you know, I read through an old book. I think it was either an old Volo's guide to something, and it was a conversation between like Volo and Elminster about like, why do spells require material components? And they figured, well, it must be because there's something there's something magical about the value we put on a thing, right? And that's why I typed this whole, you know, thing up here. Even life-bringing spells are nothing without their valuable components. Volo and Elminster alike have philosophized on the ties between magic and expense. The famed lore keepers giving their own thoughts on the debate between substances being innately magical, or whether the preciousness of a thing gives it a magic property, akin to faith giving a deity their power. Whatever side of the debate you sit on, there is an undeniable power behind economics and value. Civilizations have risen and fallen based on their ability to trade. As such, society as we know it would be impossible had it not been for our ability to negotiate the exchange of goods. Commerce itself has come to be revered as having some sort of innate supernatural quality, responsible for successful, happy lives. The gods of commerce garnered worship, Joaquin being the most widely worshipped of these gods in the Forgotten Realms. In some urban areas, worship of gods presiding in the domain of fertility and nature have been abandoned due to them feeling unnecessary when trade will provide. Merchants gain their magic through the art of the deal and the essence of value itself. This magic may have been influenced by some force, such as divine powers of a god of commerce, greed, luck, or wealth, or the intrinsic nature of trade, chance, and chaos. Yeah, so that was kind of my lore justification for why they got some kind of spell casting. And also think about whenever you go to like a merchant to like enchant some items for you, they got to have the ability to like enchant it. So yeah. So I think where can you get this One True Donut? The link to this is pinned in the chat. So if you click that link, it should take you over to where you can go pick this up over on the DM's Guild. And with that, let me take a look. Let me see here. Yeah, with that, we've been going for about 2 hours. I am going to come back because I'm going to be working on this basically like all day. I just need to grab a sandwich, let the dogs out, get something to drink. And I will be right back in like 10 minutes. So yeah, you guys hang tight. See you guys here in just a second. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Joseph. Yes, it will auto update. You don't need to buy it again. Don't worry about that. Yes, even if you were one of the people that got in on it while I've had it up for free or whatever, yes, it will auto update for you. You don't need to rebuy this at all. Don't worry about it. If there's any kind of error, let me know. I'll fix it. But yeah, I will see you guys here in just a second. All right. Got most of my stuff done. Book of the Dead by Grimm Press. They're the ones that are actually doing the conversion of all this stuff over for Fantasy Grounds. So, really great guys. Talked with them this morning, so it seemed like genuinely good dudes and just really like helping to make stuff more accessible. Really helping creators like me that don't know anything about converting stuff over into that format. Just they take a small cut of the royalties and allow you to make more royalties off the stuff you've already made. So yeah, I'm all about helping out whatever they're doing. So they also have a Patreon. Go check them out. And I know a lot of the work that they do, they collaborate with other creators. So yeah, I am all for supporting whatever they do. Hey, Phil. The Book of the Dead by Grimm Press, just anything that they make, just go check them out. Yeah. I'm sorry, I'll be eating a little bit on stream. Okay. So. Now, esotericism, the esotericism merchant. Nobody was complaining about this subclass being a little underpowered or anything like that. This is going to be, if you want to say that there's a blaster merchant in here, like some people were talking about earlier, is the esotericism, because you can get a bunch of spell scrolls. If your buddies want to take time scrolling down or creating spell scrolls, you can potentially add spells from other classes into the merchant spell list. This feature right here, Page Master, is so good for that. Like, oh man, so sick. But it's going to require you and your buddies coordinating this. So you can, this is such a flexible subclass right here. Your spell list is potentially like infinite with this, right? But you can only cast up to 5th level spells. So yeah. As far as the magic spells, like, as far as the spells that they need to get, I love giving them Hex. This is so funny. Like, yeah, Hex. But they really don't have a lot. If they do that, if they get Hex, it's really only, this is kind of funny, it's really only the items that you throw at them that are gonna, like, trigger the Hex damage. That's pretty damn funny. I kind of love that. There's, like, really no budget that you eat up with that. So, 2nd level spells. What's gonna feel good on them? Bane. Bane's a 1st level spell? Oh. Like, you know what? You know what? You're right. You're right. Should it be Bane and Hex instead of Bane and Identify? I think Bane and Hex. Yeah, that's gonna require, give them Hunter's Mark. It just doesn't really feel like in theme for them. You know, Hex makes sense. At least the flavor of it makes a lot more sense. Like Hunter's Mark, maybe on like a future like merchant. There is a pet merchant. It's a Patreon exclusive right now. I've been waiting 3 months to put it on here, and that 3 months is just now passing. So in the updated version, the pet dealer will be put onto the merchant. Well, the pet dealer's getting Beast Bond. Oh, what else is on there? There's a lot of good stuff for them. I think it was like Beast Bond and Find Familiar they just kind of get. second level spells. Ooh. Nistle's Magic Aura. So, oh, you work for him? I didn't know you worked for Grim Press. Well, all the different merchants can already get identify. Oh, right on. Cool, man. Well, I'm glad. Like, yeah, I don't know anything about all that. Nistle's Magic Aura is... Oh, man, I never see anybody talk about this one. Okay, that totally fits for them. I think Identify... Hang on. That could be... Okay. So at 5th level, all the subclasses get a nice bump, but it's not crazy. Like... That needs to be Smash and Grab. That's making me think. Maybe 3rd level. You know what? Okay. Hang on. So, a lot of people really liked the ability for Ranger to just kind of get a version of Hunter's Mark that they could cast a number of times, like, at will, right? Ooh. Maybe. We'll come back to that. The Tasha summon spells are very, very good. Hang on. This might be the bump that they need. Can I do that at 3rd level? I don't know that I can. Is Kibbles in the... Kibbles Tasty, are you in the chat? I don't know if you're here or not. I'm trying to remember what level he thought that, like, Artificer, his Artificer should get Identify. I think, okay. Being able to cast Identify is kind of core to what a merchant should be able to do, right? To your... It is on the base spell list. That's part of why I took it off of the Esotericist. Oh, come on, what is this? There we go. I'll move you over here. It's in their base spell list. for a number of times equal to their intelligence per long rest. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Yeah, I think if I did Cha, like charisma modifier. And then that doesn't really fit like, identify as a ritual. Hang on. I think that was Kibble's suggestion. Yeah. Because identify is already a ritual. Honestly, if they just got identify, it's like, yeah. And you can cast it as a ritual. That's already really, really nice. I know it is a ritual spell, but they don't have ritual casting as a part of their spell casting feature. So, further, you can cast fight spell prepared. Cast it as a ritual. Well, the class doesn't really need ritual casting. It just doesn't really like fit with like ritual casting implies something about the narrative of their spell casting, right? Like okay, so for a perfect example, right? Ross is doing his shaman, and it perfectly makes sense on the shaman, right? For merchant, it's just kind of like there's not really something that hints that you're like in touch with like the arcane powers that be, or like any kind of divine ritual, you know what I mean? Like nothing about merchant's identity really screams ritual to me. But identify is like, this feels pretty sick. I think identify, you always have it prepared and you can cast it as a ritual. But it doesn't really fit into this idea of pack mule anymore. Like, ugh, ick. Yeah, this is going to be part of the base core. So like, okay, so I'm kind of curious how people in the chat feel about Pack Mule as a feature, because Pack Mule, this is pure ribbon. The casting it without a spell slot, you're going to get that through the power of casting it as a ritual. Yeah, equal to proficiency bonus, it's never going to... That's totally right. But just being able to cast it as a ritual, like, it just kind of overrides, you know. Identify in what? Like, detect magic? Oh. As rituals. I think that gives it a little bit of weight, but their third level is real bogged down now. I think that the best thing to do with this is to put it at 4th level. I know that adds some to their ability score improvement level, but they get no other features right there. Their 5th level is just subclass stuff. So I think that this, oh crap, I think my AC's on and I left the back door open. Hang on. Not paying to cool down the entire neighborhood. Hey, thanks for being here, Tristan. I appreciate you. I think that is throwing some mechanical weight on that I think it's just kind of funny right now, right? Pack mule, your carrying capacity is doubled. That gets across this idea of like you having a giant backpack, right? Like, oh man, that's so funny. Identify should be a first level feature in my opinion. Their first level is so full right now. Like portable storefront is already so damn good. Them getting their portable storefront and then their spellcasting, Jesus, that's so good. But like I like the idea of like you're kind of stepping into it with that. The way I would probably get around doing that is like maybe doing it to where they always have Detect Magic and Identify prepared and they can cast them as rituals at first level and then like do their spell casting at second, like what Joseph is talking about. The problem is that it's getting rid of cantrips for them. Maybe if it were like if they did the late casting, oh man, that's gonna require a whole rework of the guts of this thing, and I'm just not a big fan of that idea. I think doing this at fourth, right? You always have Detect Magic and Identify spells prepared, and you can cast them as rituals. This is hang on, by expending with 10 gold pieces, which are consumed by the spell. And you can cast them as rituals. You can to 1 minute by you can reduce the time to cast these spells to 1 minute. Would it be what's the normal duration of the, is it instantaneous? Yeah. You can reduce the time to cast a spell to 1 minute. Hang on. You can expend 10 gold pieces to cast the spell in 1 minute. As a part of the ritual, you can expend 10 gold pieces to cast these spells in 1 minute. Bam, bam, bam. The gold pieces are consumed by the spell when you do. And I gotta move this down because that screwed up my formatting. And that does not add a whole lot of weight. It's the same thing. I'm kind of like inspired by Ross's Shaman from working on that. Where at 10th level, you can cast any ritual with that Shaman at like using 1 minute. Let me get caught up with this. So reasonably, whenever they get Identify or not, first level or fourth, it's not a big deal. Yeah, entirely. Plus, it also deters people from like multi-classing over to get 2 spells that they can cast for free as rituals. Like, yeah, that's, yeah. Powerful build if you do that. Yeah, I don't want to infringe on like powerful build territory, but what's funny is that this also actually builds on to powerful build. This makes it to where if you went powerful build, like you go Goliath Merchant, this would technically mean that you have 4 times the carrying capacity. I love this idea. So the level that this should probably kick in, it's most likely going to be 4th. And then this needs to be, how do we put this? What's the name of this? What's going to sound good? Because like we already had the idea of appraise, right? Urbane Appraiser has kind of taken up that territory. What's a fun name for you? Just like there's like magic item adept. That's not really it. Ugh. All right. What's some fun ways? What kind of flavor are we getting across with this? Right? Detect magic and identify spells. Because like their power budget is already really good. Like their power budget was already in a really nice space. Now it's just at the spot of where it was, or where it should be for like a Tasha's, like kind of a class. Eldritch value, evaluates. 4th level is a good place for non-load bearing class features. Yeah, same here. And I don't feel like this is honestly like a huge like load bearing kind of a class feature. I do agree with a lot of people that say that like, I mean, deflect missiles, right? Deflect missiles for, I just read like Ass's Worth and I was like, wait, what? Assess Worth, okay. Arcane Assessment, we got the alliteration there. Merchant's Intuition, Assessor's Intuition, I kind of like that. Assessor, Ass Worth of Knowledge, yes, they're beautiful. When you cast a spell that can be cast at higher levels, you may spend gold pieces rather than spell slots to do so. When you do this, you must spend 100 gold pieces per spell level. That is something that can be really cool for like an 11th level feature. Hang on. Because all they have there is use magic device. Maybe. I mean, we're talking about. I like this idea of like arcane appraisal or arcane assessor. Good lord, how do you spell this damn word? Chat, how do you spell assessment? What? No, go backward. Don't tell me I got that. Is that how you spell that? No, I know that that's actually a word. Wow, did I get that right? Yeah. Hey, look at me go. 3rd grade spelling bee champion right here. Okay. I mean, appraiser, sure. The problem with that is that I use that up here. And like, I kind of want to, I don't know, urbane appraiser. Okay. Wait, what's the, Antiques Rodeo, or Antiques, what's that damn show? Antiques Road, Road Show? Antiques Roadshow? Is that the name of that? That would be, That would be really funny, right? Like Antique Roadshow, right? Would it be Eldritch Assessment? I always feel like adding Eldritch on is like, it's a word I'm trying to get away from. Yeah, Antiques Roadshow. Like, just like Arcane Roadshow. I mean, Arcane also has the same kind of problem as Eldritch, right? But Eldritch definitely has a more warlocky sort of a sound to it. Yeah, I kind of push away. Like, whenever I first read Eldritch Knight, I was like, oh, okay, so it's like a warlock knight, right? And then I read it and I was like, oh, no, this is supposed to be the spell sword. So why do I taste Lovecraft on this, you know? Arcane Roadshow would be really damn funny. You know what? I'm gonna go with Heavy Arm's adjustment here, alright? Heavy Arm says, Heavy Arms always tells me, if you have a feature name or a feature idea that makes you laugh, that's the right way to go with it. In Arcane Roadshow, you know exactly what this is meaning, right? This is so funny. Absolute Appraisal. I mean, like, I really dig this. I think that this is kind of funny just to say like Arcane Roadshow. Wait a minute, you know what's funny? Is that means that we could put that at 5th level? As much as I know that would, like, everyone's like, oh no, what? But like putting that at Arcane Pawn Shop, putting that at 5th level would mean that you could combine Pack Mule and Arcane Roadshow because your carrying capacity. But like Pack Mule, oh man, that's just so good. I just really like that one. Okay, let's get some takes here in the chat. All right, Urbane Appraiser. I like this, but I wrote this in the thought of I need to give this a ribbon. I need to give it a ribbon that just feels like, okay, I know what I'm supposed to do outside of combat, right? Is this worth keeping in exchange for putting, let me just put it to you this way. Is this worth keeping in order to bring Arcane Roadshow down to 2nd level? Should I take this one out in order to put Arcane Roadshow at 2nd level? Because there's Urbane Appraiser. I guess with that you could say Arcane Appraiser kind of plays on this. I don't know, any thoughts? What if you had Urbane Appraiser into a Roadshow themed name and then identify it into Arcane Appraisal? I think I can do that. Like, Arcane Roadshow is, you always have the detect magic and identify spells prepared, and you can cast them as rituals. As a part of the ritual, you can expend 10 gold pieces to cast these spells in 1 minute, and the gold pieces are consumed by the spell when you do that. You think I need to kill Urbane? I think that, yeah, getting rid of Detect Magic frees up a little bit. Actually, I think that that's actually a really good idea. Yeah, well, and that was a feature that is meant to just be like, cool, you do this, like, it's a fun, like, you learn about some cultures of different stuff, right? You always have the identify spell prepared, and you can cast it as a ritual. Yeah, I think so too. Ritual you can spend to cast, as an action. Is that too good? Is that too good? Spend gold pieces to cast it as an action? I mean, at least what that does is like you're expending 10 gold pieces to cast a first level spell slot for free. That's not really at will. Oh. What up? Oh. Cool. Oh, right on. So, you heading home now? Oh, okay, cool. Well, I'm just live streaming, so... Aw, shucks, thank you. Alright. Love you too, see you later. Bye. Amanda was working a, board game bazaar, so there was like a giant garage sale for just board games downtown this weekend, and she's up there at Shuffles working that. This, oh god, this art. Okay. Let me catch up with that. Yeah, it's just a time save. That's the way I'm thinking about this, right? Is we already know that Identify, for the most part, right? DMs either love or hate this spell. This is... The reason why DMs hate Identify always comes down to the fact that none of them actually know what this spell does. And they give the players way too much information. This spell is not that strong. In game, it's just whether you can cast it or combat or not. Very niche situation. Yeah, like, you're never going to need to identify this in combat, right? This is just a, cool, you do this, and we're not going to go through all the BS of, like, casting the spell. I think, honestly, with Urbane Appraiser, I kind of love the idea of instead calling it, like, Arcane Roadshow up here. Maybe. Because Urbane means, like, you know, you're well-traveled and all that stuff. I really do like this as a second level. And that feels like a nice bump, right? And I mean, realistically, is anyone in chat really thinking of a... is there a multi-class with Merchant that anyone thinks is going to be just, like, absurd? Most likely not, because of, like, what this class is about, you know? That's not on my shoulders to fix. Bobby has a lot of problems with class abilities, just solving problems instead of making them more interesting to engage with. That's fair. Dancer, okay, yeah, there you go. That's, oh man. Okay. So, I think that this is fair to move to second level. Because in all honesty, that other feature that they get at first level is not super strong either. Bang for your buck. It's just making items a little bit more, like, effective for you. I kind of love this idea of, like, Arcane Roadshow. Oh, that seems so funny. Your travels and exchanges on trade routes has taught you a vast amount of the various cultures of the realm. When you make any skill check to determine the value or cultural significance of any item or object, you're considered proficient in the skill, and then double your proficiency bonus to the check instead of your normal proficiency bonus. Furthermore, you always have the Identify spell prepared, and you can cast it as a ritual. As a part of the ritual, you can expend 10 gold pieces to cast this spell as an action. The gold pieces are consumed by the spell when you do so. I think Arcane Appraiser is good. Usually just give my players knowledge about the magic item, not with an Arcana check. Yeah, see, like, I see a lot of DMs just roll, like, either Identify is really, really bad in those, on those tables where, like, yeah, my players can tell what this is whenever they just make an Arcana check, then I feel like in that situation, Identify is like a bad spell. But like on tables where like Identify just gives you enough knowledge to know like, you know, the school of magic that is enchanting this item, possibly even like, I don't know, you give it vague signs of like, oh, further, more, like, you know, you didn't notice it before, but suddenly as you cast Identify, there's an inner fire that just kind of like illuminates within you, and they could interpret that several ways, right? This does fire damage. This could give me like advantage on like, I don't know, against being frightened or whatever. Give them little hints instead of just going like, you know, yeah. Curses are not revealed by identity. Yeah, see, so that's the kind of thing that I tell people. Like, I see so many DMs running Identify wrong, and the most like a lot of DMs that tell me that like they think that Identify is too strong. I'm always like, well, what are you telling your players whenever they cast Identify? Are you telling them that the item's cursed? Because you should really go and read that spell. Yeah. Cursed items, I usually don't really screw with until about like the second tier of play. Unless it's specifically getting called for in the campaign. Like, honestly, like, a lot of the cursed items, unless it's just something silly, right? Like, well, number one, they can get access to remove curse by 5th level, right? So, I think the earliest I might really give them a cursed item is going to be at, like, 4th level. And if they go through the process of attuning to it, then it's like, it's gonna suck until you guys find someone to like get rid of the, you know, whatever. But I do feel like they're a core part of like the dungeon crawl experience, you know. I really do like the idea of cursed items. I just don't think that 5e is like very I don't think the curses are really well nuanced. Like, I don't think that they give you a good means of like scaling down a curse, you know. I am a Saber Die Evangelist, but I feel like, oh, I really, oh, Saber Die, oh, okay, I see what you mean. I mod Identify to only give a +10 bonus to appraise or other relevant skill checks, but about the object, yeah. I can get behind that. It's funny because the Identify spell is very explicit about what it reveals. Yeah, and it comes from this thought of like, you know, this player says I cast this, right? Or like, okay, another one that people seem to get wrong all the time. I cast Remove Curse. Like, that... Oh, that was coming from the music. I cast Remove Curse. Okay? Remove Curse suspends the curse and allows you to, like, unattune to it. It doesn't remove the curse from the item. Like, yeah. My party had a massive civil war because of a cursed sword. I'm done with cursed weapons. I think that they could make for like a really cool campaign, you know? Like, we played in a campaign that was kind of themed around like cursed items. But yeah, it like, I think that there's a structure enough, and I really just like relic based campaigns, right? It's part of why I really like Dragon Relics by JBC Perry. I just like the collectathon kind of a feel, you know, that seems really cool. Like, yeah. The more integrated ask questions to your GM format would be that games like Dungeon World use. The problem with Dungeon World, like, man, like, okay, Benjamin Huffman has always said that like he really digs a lot about Dungeon World. I think that it's like okay. But more often than not, anytime that like I've tried it with other people, everybody just wants to play D&D by the end of the night. It doesn't solve the like, you know, whatever. If people are just used to the D&D system, and I think that like Dungeon World is good for creating a one-player kind of like a single-player kind of a RPG experience. If like you want to make sure that weapons are going to hit more efficiently because you're rolling 2d6 instead of 1d20, and everything's on a bell curve, right? Like, it makes sense for, like, hack and slash single player stuff, but, like, I don't know. There's something about multiplayer D&D with the bigger swing of a D20 that just seems to be like the magic of a co-op TTRPG, you know? I will say that Dungeon World did a much better job with DM facing stuff. And that is a massive weakness of 5e, which I always tell people, my biggest piece of DM advice to anybody listening is to buy the 4th edition Player's Handbook. If you're a new player, don't buy the 5e handbook. Go search around and find the 4th edition Player's Handbook. You can find it on eBay for like, I mean, okay, you're gonna pay anywhere from 25 to 60 bucks for a new Dungeon Master's Guide. For a 5th edition Dungeon Master's Guide, you're most likely gonna pay about that same price for a 4e Dungeon Master's Guide, but it is gonna be infinitely more valuable. I guarantee it. PHP 2 was the best written D&D supplement of all time. I saw a copy of it the other day at a used bookstore here in town, and I really considered picking it up, but like, I don't know why I didn't, honestly. I think, oh, it's because that lady was coughing on all the Pathfinder books. Oh my god, I was in Gardner's, this really cool bookstore here in Tulsa, and like, I go over and I see the roleplay section, and I'm like, oh cool, well, like, I've got like $60 in credit here, let me just pick up some stuff for the, you guys have seen my bookshelf back there. And I go up to like all the role-playing books, and there's this lady like hunched over, like looking at some Pathfinder books, and I'm like, hey, can I squeeze by in there? And she just goes like onto like the entire rack, and I'm just like, yeah, gonna pass. I'll find that gym later. The 4e Eberron campaign guide was the best Eberron supplement, and this was also on that shelf that got coughed on. So, yeah. Not a great experience. Tragic. You can get the PDF for pennies online. Can't, the PDF for the PHP 2? Hang on. Which... can you? That does not... Okay, hang on. I mean, you can buy it for 18 bucks on the DM's Guild. And that's the only way in which I can legally tell you how to get it. So, yeah. No, but for real, like, yeah, so I can't, I might get in trouble for, you know, doing, showing anything like that online, but yeah, so it's available, on the Dungeon Masters Guild for $18, so go check that out. Anyways, so, player content was atrocious. I think, for Dungeon Masters, yeah, especially for Dungeon Masters, like that 4th edition Dungeon Masters Guide, Wizards, if anybody's watching from Wizards of the Coast, I don't know. Dan Dolan, I saw you were subscribed to me. How's it going, buddy? Please, just take the content that you have from the 4th edition Dungeon Masters Guide and reprint it, please. You already have the material, no extra writing. You're gonna pay a layout artist, hire layout artists to just convert that over into 5e. Please release it as an expanded ultimate Dungeon Master's Guide. Just do it, please, because 5e is so damn bad on its Dungeon Master's Guide. Like, I mean, where you at? Okay, can I just say that, like, the 5th edition Dungeon Master's Guide, I think anything that well, that's the really cool thing about the 4e Dungeon Master's Guide, is that the 4e Dungeon Master's Guide is not focused on really telling you about the system. It's just about telling you how to be a DM. I find it closer to like a book like yeah, like What the Monsters Are Doing by Keith Amon. Which, by the way, if you all are looking for another really great book to pick up, if you want to know how to DM better, seriously, like The Monsters Know What They're Doing is basically an AI system for how to run monsters in D&D 5e. And I know some people are like, oh, you're gonna like gamify the. It's like no. It is like, ooh man. Anybody else that's read The Monsters Know What They're Doing, it's like you're just getting a better perspective in how to DM with that book, because it's telling you like, okay, what does it mean whenever a creature has advantage, and like what is it going to do during its first turn in combat? Like, Christ, this book is so good. Hang on, don't everything fall over, please. Please don't fall over, please. Can I? I'm gonna ask even nicer. Okay. This book. Hang on. Alright, chat's not all gonna go away. Just for a second. Okay. This book by Keith Amon. This is a book that details, like, okay, it makes you think about like things like advantage, disadvantage differently. This is such a great resource that, like, in what it's, yeah, 28 bucks. I've done a video on this book. It is so worth the time and money to like pick this up while you're doing your session prep and just look at the monsters that you want to run or that you're considering running, and like see what they fight like, know what it means for like the advantage disadvantage mechanics, what all's going on, and what that actually means for that monster in combat. Like, yeah, just do it. It's good, I promise. Okay. Oh god, I'm sure that music just got weirdly loud. Okay, please, no, don't fall over, no! Oh god, hang on. No. Okay. I think it's staying. Oh, dude, yeah. So Darren Korb, the guy that composed all the stuff for Hades, he's the composer for all of Supergiant's games. Dude, I mean, Darren's just got a great mind for like general aesthetic for just, man, and it's super simple stuff. He writes almost more bluesy influenced stuff, but like always manages to make it fit within any kind of setting that he's writing for. I highly respect Darren Korb. I read the 5e DMG like 3 years ago, and the only thing that was useful was the complication tables and BBEG motivation tables. The designing an adventure section of the DMG is all right. It just focuses so much more on the 5e DMG is what they need to do is they need to completely trim all the Forgotten Realms lore out of that and just make a Forgotten Realms campaign setting book. They need to make all their content way more setting agnostic, because like Forgotten Realms is just, it's not that it's a bad setting or anything. I'm not saying that at all. Massive respect to Ed Greenwood. My problem is just that like so much of 5e right now is so ingrained in the campaign setting, and I don't know of way too many people that really play Forgotten Realms, you know? Yeah. It is horribly organized, yeah. Well, and it doesn't talk to itself very well. The Dungeon Master's Guide does not communicate information over to the player's handbook and vice versa very well. I think this is all the way up here. Yeah, that was the layout we were looking for. Should be Arcane Roadshow, Urbane Roadshow. Arcane, that's really only there for the giggles. Antique, But like, what can we do to play on antique? I don't know. I'll think about that. Making a planar cosmology makes zero sense. Like, how is my text being split by that image? Because I have text wrapping put on this. Antiquarian? What is antiquarian? Relating or dealing with antiques or rare books. At that point, you might as well just say like Antique Roadshow. Who'll be messaging me? Oh, what? Oh, hang on a second. Fantasy Grounds people are hitting me up. Or Grim Press. I'm actually doing correction. I'll hit them up to see. Ross is doing a remaster. That's cool. Okay. Wow, the dancer might be up ready for Fantasy Grounds tonight. Oh, that's sick. Roadside Lore Master, Artifact Roadshow, maybe. Arcane Appraiser makes sense. Like, but it's not really like arcane. I guess it is. I do kind of like Antique Roadshow. But like, I guess it kind of plays into Identify with this idea of like magic items being old, you know? Hang on, I'm going to copy paste the live stream link over to the guys over at Grim Press real quick. I really hope this does not... Come on, don't echo. Copy link address. Where's that? Yeah. No, wait. Copy link address. No, stay quiet. Stay quiet. Here we go. Yeah, just one sec. Okay, cool. Well, that'd be sweet if they wind up popping into the chat. What's up? So, I do like this idea of like Antique Roadshow, right? I think that's a fun, cute thing to play on. But it's just playing on it, right? I guess Arcane Appraisal makes sense. It just... if you don't like the direction Wizards went in with College of Spirits, I have a College of Soul Law Bard that I can send you. Okay, yeah, sure. I mean, you can check it out. Hey, Gorgio, what's going on? So yeah, I do... we needed to give that a little bit more mechanical weight. So, yeah, I'm okay with that. We'll get rid of the other one. I'm glad that you guys hit me up because I've been looking for an excuse to do some very quick changes on this one. It needed some love after Tasha's came out because, yeah. But the idea behind it is it's a darker take on the Eloquence Bard. That's a lawyer who makes soul contracts. You can check it out. Yeah, if you'll submit it over in the Discord, I'll see what I can do to help you out with it. Okay. So this should probably be... Let's see that. Bam. Oh, God. I'm just gonna have to get rid of this, aren't I? Yoink. That's fine. If I do that, then the features are going to bleed, and I don't want that. All right. That's fine. Look at you over here. Blacksmith is still in a good spot, right? Yep, yep. Okay, what was the other ones? Okay. Esoteric magic. God, now we're finally back on this, right? It's mechanically nothing like Eloquence Bar, mind you, but a core 3rd level feature that's very roleplay focused and doesn't turn into a combat feature focused until 6th level. Basically get Intention Spirit Livers. Yeah, if you'll, like I said, if you'll submit it over there, I'll take a look. Okay. So, Intellect Fortress super made sense on them. Hex, I'm gonna keep on there for now. Banishment, and what's another good 4th level spell for these guys? I already put Nistles on them, right? Yeah, Nistel's Magic Aura. Ross convinced me on just how sick that one was. I don't know about Summon Aberration, because they're not exactly a summoner, right? They're more of like I'm more into the idea of like cursed creature, like cursed items and stuff. But cursed creatures, Fabricate is cool. Because, like, it just doesn't feel like it totally fits that. Yeah, so my pushback, the reason why I made the Apothecary was because, like, okay, my big thing, right? Yeah, Potion Seller, it's all about that. I almost made a feature called, You Can't Handle My Strongest Potions, but that was going to be, yeah, way too big. The Apothecary's thing was, I felt like, okay, I don't know, is this a hot take? The Alchemist should not be an Artificer subclass, okay? I get why they were going with it, I get why it's there, but like, it's too robust of a concept to, it's too robust of a concept to get tied down to a subclass. I think that the Alchemist suffers from the same problem in 5th edition that the Eldritch Knight does. The Eldritch Knight could be a really cool arcane spell sword as its own class, as Benjamin Huffman proved whenever he made the Magus, right? So Benjamin's Magus to me is like, that is proof of concept that Eldritch Knight is too cool to tie down to a subclass. So Benjamin expanded on it, made it super sick, made it feel very, very unique. And I highly recommend, like, anybody that's like, hey, I want to run a game where I'm trying to figure out some classes to add to give my world a different flavor. The Magus is like, go for it. It's so good. You know, I don't allow the Pugilist in my homebrew world. I don't allow the Monk in my homebrew world. I allow the Pugilist. Because the Monk involves a whole lot of mysticism that I'm just not like a huge fan of. But yeah, the Apothecary. So the Apothecary kind of plays on the idea of what the, because like a potion seller was going to have to be a merchant, right? And like the Artificer feels like a magical engineer in a way. And yeah, what are my thoughts on Theurgy Wizard being too much to cram into a subclass? After thinking about it, I felt like the Theurge concept from 3.5 was robust enough to be a base class. Light Domain Cleric covers up a lot of that territory. Light Domain Cleric is like, go watch my video on that. It's one of the most ridiculous blasters in the game. A Theurgy Wizard I would not have a problem with if like a, you know, wizard got a hold of some cleric spells. Cool, we don't have to make the healer the cleric in this game. Nice. But yeah, I'm all for like a less conventional kind of a healer. Every party's gonna need one. Every party needs a healer. I keep trying to push my players and say, hey, you guys are really gonna need a fucking healer. Like, and yeah. But if you make it the wizard, cool. Cool. Add cleric spells to the wizard spell list. Benjamin made I don't think it was exactly called what was that? Right. In the every night, well, so the theurge as a concept comes in that you're getting a half, basically it's the red mage from Final Fantasy, right? You're getting a lot of healing magic and a lot of damaging magic. So let me get Arcane Handbook. Is it Arcanist Handbook? Yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, cool. So, I am signed in. What do you... The DM's Guild, I swear, is going to drive me crazy with this sign-in error. Okay. DM's Guild, please fix this. I don't know what the issue is. Just fix this because it's so annoying. Because I'm going to have to clear my cookies before I can download stuff I bought. Anyways, I can't show it to you guys on this one because of that error. Anyways, yeah, Benjamin made Theurgy Wizard in the Complete Arcanist Handbook, and it's one of the favored ones that's actually like in that supplement. Yeah, just check that out. As a base class, I just don't see any reason why it needs to be any more than a subclass. If you want to make like a Theurge as a, you know, it's like there's so many ways. I just don't know how you can make subclasses for 5e that would fit. Like, I don't know what it would do that would be any different than like Divine Soul Sorcerer, Celestial. Looking at like, go with Light Domain Cleric. I mean, hell, even Forge Domain Cleric can kind of do the Theurge playstyle. But, yeah. The Theurgy Wizard. Okay. There we go. I think we're caught up. Okay. So, we need some kind of a spell. Ooh, hallucinatory terrain feels pretty dark. Ooh, but I don't know that that's gonna fit on the Esotericist. Phantasmal Killer. Wait, I think that's what I have on there right now, isn't it? By the way, if you guys have any questions about it, about the merchant, let me know, because I'm free to answer whatever. Shadow of Moil. Ooh, god. This is such a nasty spell. Shadow of Moil, it might have to be. Mordenkainen's Private Sanctum for drug deals. You guys are real hung up on me making a drug dealer, a merchant, huh? Actually, Mordenkainen's Private Sanctum is part of their... yeah, Mordenkainen's Private Sanctum. So there you go. You go create your skeezy alleyways to go and do that. Or just do it out in the street like everybody else does. Enemies Abound is a pretty good idea. I like the idea of Enemies Abound. Shadow of Moil is pretty sick, but it almost feels like it's a little too like, oh god, you know, like I guess it is on the Warlock. Vitriolic Sphere, but Phantasmal Killer is a pretty cool idea for that. Because I think they get Phantasmal Force, right? Yeah, Phantasmal Force. Banishment is cool. So the problem, I don't want to go into Eldritch with it, and I think that ones like Shadow of Moil, Hunger of Hadar, Evard's Black Tentacles are all going to push it towards that, like, you know, real Cthulhu-esque kind of thing. Yeah, no, totally. There's so many different healing options in D&D. It might just have to be Phantasmal Killer. That's in the basic rules. That's fine. Yeah, we're just gonna go with Phantasmal Killer. Dance Macabre is leaning into like a lot of necromancy. Phantasmal Killer. There we go. Creation. So Ross convinced me on creation on that one. I think I might take that back because it's talking about like wisps of shadow, and I mean, my issue with that is that I'd have to take it off the blacksmith. And creation just feels like it fits way too many niches. I don't think it's a good fit for the esotericist. But I do think we did just get Tasha's. So what new 5th level spells did we get? And we're gonna need 2. Animate objects is pretty funny. Anti-life shell. Ooh. I mean, that feels so necromantic though. It's just, that's a little too like, Bigby's hand is pretty funny. Awaken's hilarious. I think that's actually what I put as the 5th level spell on the pet dealer. Kill, commune with nature, cone of cold, conjure elemental. Wait. Oh my god, I'm a dumb. They have Intellect Fortress, but like, bestow curse. Yep, bestow curse, remove curse. There you go, bam. Hallow. The main reason I find people don't like cleric is the roleplay. It's very hard to roleplay high wisdom if you don't have it yourself, and most people do not have high wisdom. I mean, the way that like, okay, so the way that Laura Bailey's playing Jester isn't necessarily like she's got like, Jester doesn't seem exactly like super wise, right? Like if you were going to compare Jester to like Caduceus is definitely like the heart, like wise side, right? So like, I mean, I don't really think that that's the reason people don't gravitate towards cleric. I think more often than not, people look at cleric and think like, I'm just going to be a heal bot. And that's super not what cleric is meant to be. And, you know, because just from the reaction that people had to the how to play cleric video that I put out, I know that there's so many people that just think like, oh man, like all I'm going to do as a cleric is just like sit around and cast cure wounds. That's so not what they're about. Planar binding is sick. Scrying, ooh. Yep, scrying. Wait, scrying is it is a 5th. Scrying and seeming are pretty damn good for that. Yeah. Yeah, scrying and seeming. Bam. Okay, mislead I think could be fun on the swindler. I think mislead is mislead a 5th or a 4th? I don't think it's a 3rd. I don't know, we'll come to that whenever we get there. Gish is really cool. I really do like Gish. Gish is like, to me, Gish does kind of have a more natural feel to it, right? Like druidic in a way. Cleric is support tank at its finest. Yeah, go Forge Domain. Forge Domain is so sick nasty. To be frank, I kind of wish clerics were charisma based, now wisdom based. In my opinion, clerics could be jawcasters because of the strength conviction belief usually. I wouldn't read that super hard into what charisma versus wisdom is. I mean, you know, that's an argument. I just think that I think wisdom is fine. I don't have any issue with wisdom casting on clerics. Is that? Oh, damn it! That's right. Is that just going to cause more problems by me doing that? Just, oh my god. Oh, I don't want to. Oh, so much of layout work is just fixing crap you accidentally break. Okay, where did this go wrong? Got that. Okay. How can I fix this though? I mean, I could. Ick. Is that really gonna fix anything? No. Ugh. Ow. Ant. Okay. So. I need to do. There we go. Yeah, so far from everyone I've talked to about the Esotericist, all the playtest feedback I've gotten back on it, no one's really had a complaint about this one. It's just a matter of people, honestly, people more often than not, just trying to make sure things are working the way that they are written. Because this was the real experimental one. Out of all these different options, Esotericism was the really out there one. Let's get you over here. Let's raise you up a little bit. Yeah, Pagemaster is so scary. I wrote that one and I couldn't think of a way to really break it. And everyone I've shown it to has been like, all right, you've got something here. So I'm leaving it as is, unless I just hear someone comes up with some reason why this is just absolutely busted. But yeah, so far, more often than not, I've just heard that it was a really interesting feature. So I'm like, cool, we're keeping it. Plus, it feels like it just completely flushes out the identity of them. All right, Gambler. So complaints I've heard about this one are that the cardistry feature is super cool, but it doesn't improve. Like, you don't get any other mechanics that build onto this idea, right? And I'm more inclined to agree with like what Rogue Watson said, that just generally this is a really cool mechanic that is kind of unexplored. So my problem is that I made a really experimental feature that I am super scared to keep adding a lot of budget onto. Somebody made a whole class based on a similar mechanic. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like different card caster, Gambit clones, you know. But the one that I made was based on creating a high variance dice instead of like rolling a d20, right? So you can use a deck of cards, and the reason why the deck of cards is going to roll differently is because the odds are shifted, but they're still going to produce the same average roll. So if you use a deck of cards in the way that I have shown on this table, then what you wind up doing is you're rolling a d20 that has like I think it's close to like a 15% chance to crit. It has like a 25% chance to either critical success or critical failure. So that's what you mean high variance dice, right? So the middle is like kind of even, but in general, the 1 and the 20, you have a way higher chance of hitting those than any other value, but the average roll itself isn't changed. And what made this pretty scary was that you can discard cards from it. So you can, if you're good at counting cards, your average roll is going to be way, way better. It might start out a little bit weak. I thought about doing one where it was like, you can pull the top 5 cards off the deck whenever you finish a long rest. Whenever you do, you can choose to discard or shuffle these cards back into your deck. Like, I was so scared to give them auto successes. No, I can't. We can't use Zack Inc. and DM's Guild products. It sucks so hard because Zack Inc. had some great spells for this. But yeah, it's a third-party product. We can't actually use those. Sucks so hard. I agree. I agree. Oh, and by the way, a card needs to deal 1d8. This was so weak. There's a little bit of striker kind of happening with there, but yeah, they need a 1d8. That 1d4 was just piddly damage. Because, okay, they got their Poker Face, Gambler Magic, Tempt Fate is just kind of... Ugh, I don't like Tempt Fate. The house always wins. It's okay. Like, okay. Here's the problem with the Gambler. It has such a cool 3rd level. And then its 5th, 9th, and 15th levels are just so blah. You know, there's nothing I hate more than I'll write something and I've got a fun idea for it, and like there's so much potential for it, and then I look back on it later and I'm like, this was so boring. Why did I ever think that this was a good idea? The Gambler needs some more love. So Tempt Fate makes no sense. I've got to just break down and admit that. Tempt Fate makes 0 damn sense. This was the final feature I actually wrote for this, because yeah, okay, so what's more fun here, right? Tempt Fate. How about this? Playing into the idea of casinos, gambling, and all that stuff. I think a fun idea for Tempt Fate to replace it would be a feature. Sometimes thinking of the feature name first. Sometimes thinking of the feature name first, and then you come up with a mechanic for it, right? That can be an effective way to design. Double Down. This is going to play with crits, because we know that crits, you double the damage dice, right? Double Down. Okay. As a reaction. When okay, hang on. When a creature... you can see scores a critical hit, you can use your reaction to draw a card. Oh, wait. Draw a card from your deck. Okay. So, here we have a critical hit, okay? Now, there should be some fun stuff that happens with this. What is that going to be? So, we have the mechanic of you having to draw the card, right? Black cards are generally going to be lower scores because this is just going to be the value of the card. The black ace is going to be a 1. Red cards, that's a joker. Bam. Red cards is going to be the value of what's shown plus 10. So this would actually be a 20, right? So what can we do with this? Double down, and then you'd have like a 50-50 shot of saying it deals additional damage, or because like there's a chance, right, of you could attack again as a reaction when you crit. I don't want to go that far. Like, simply doubling, I don't want to just say double the damage. That's already, woo, really scary. If the card you draw, okay. If the result of the card you draw would be a roll of 20, the damage is doubled. Would be a roll of 1. And you know, it's like, what would the benefit be then? Whenever you make a saving throw, draw. If you succeed, or whenever you make a saving throw, you can choose to draw another card. If the result of the card is a 20, you take no damage. There's so many variables in that. When a creature you can see scores a critical hit, you can use your reaction and draw a card from your deck. If the result of the card you draw would be a roll of 20, the damage is doubled. If the result of the card you draw would be a 1, we can call this double or nothing, right? Wait, ooh, this could be such a good support feature. This can be. That's the fun thing. This can be a defensive feature. If the result of the card you draw would be a roll of 2 to 19, how do they phrase this in Grave Domain? Because Grave Domain does a very cool thing with crit that makes it super, super good. Well, I just want to rip the idea of crit cancel. Is it Path to the Grave? No. Okay. Yeah. See, now we're designing around an idea for a name, right? If the result of the card you draw would be a 19 to 20, you turn that hit into a normal hit. Any effects triggered by a critical hit are canceled. If the result of the card... draw a card from your deck and... depending on the result of the card you draw, one of the following effects occurs. You guys kind of see where I'm going with it? Well, 20, the damage is doubled. If the result of the card you will be a roll of 2 to 19. I think this needs to be an M dash. No. Is it? I can never remember. Oh, that just does not look. What do they do for Champion Fighter? Me doing layout work at the same time that I'm doing Champion Fighter. Is it an M dash? I don't know. Let's copy paste you over. You're an M dash? Oh, that's... I'm sorry. Oh, from this font. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. 2 to 19, you turn that hit into a normal hit. Any effects triggered by a critical hit are canceled. If the result would be a roll of 1, the damage becomes 0. Now this needs a restriction. No wait, it's only on a critical hit. So this is not that rough. And it's something that you're gonna have a lot, right? I guess the damage is reduced to 0? Oh wait, how about this? You turn that hit into a miss. Bam. That reduces the damage to 0. That is so nasty. It's gonna suck when your buddies do that. Or whenever, like, you're not able to get it. If one of your buddies, you try to turn their... Yeah. You can... Okay. When a creature you can see scores a critical hit, you can use your reaction and draw a card from your deck. Depending on the result of the card you draw, one of the following effects occurs. The crit because... Wait, can you clarify? Not enough, because like I like your first wording, but I'm not sure how it's much different. Well, I really like this feature. It's a bit too niche, especially at 5th level. The normal power boost for characters. Maybe add a small something that doesn't require a crit in order to do it. Okay. When a creature you can see hits with an attack, you can use your reaction and draw. I keep forgetting. I'm playing with the cards. I'm sorry, guys. When a creature you can see hits with an attack, you can use your reaction and draw a card from your deck. Depending on the result of the card you draw, one of the following effects occurs. If the result would be a 20, the damage is doubled. If the result would be a 2 to 19, you turn that crit, or you turn that hit into a normal hit. Any effects triggered by a critical hit are canceled. If the result would be a roll of 1, you turn that hit into a miss. And this is as a reaction that you can do. Now, how many times should they be able to do this? I think this should require at least a second level spell slot. So, I think that this is the kind of thing that they could do a number of times equal to Prof Mod. I know, we keep... this is at 5th level. I don't mind this so much. You offer this to them a number of times equal to their Prof Mod. And what this means is, this is also kind of encouraging you to card count. So, I know that, like... Okay, if I remember right, 5, Joker? No, Jack? Wait, I thought I had a 10. Oh, I shuffled these. Damn it. I think this is fine a number of times equal to Prof Mod, and then you can expend a second level spell slot to do this again. Now, if the creature is unwilling, it has to succeed. Okay. We do have to tie this to a, we do have to tie this to a condition though. And draw a card from your deck. Must succeed. It must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, on a failure, it is affected by this feature. On a success, nothing happens. I mean, I can refine that wording a little bit better later. When a creature you can see hits with an attack, you can use your reaction and draw a card from your deck. Depending on the result of the card you draw, one of the following effects occurs. If the result would be a roll of 20, the damage is doubled. If the result would be a roll of 2 to 19, you turn that hit into a normal hit. Any effects triggered by a critical hit are cancelled. If the result would be a roll of 1, you turn that hit into a miss. If a creature is unwilling, it must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, it is affected by this feature. On a success, do I need to say it is unaffected by this feature? It requires at least a draw. It would require at least a draw. And what's funny is with double or nothing, me thinking that this needs to be at least a second level spell slot. That's just kind of more fun. You can use this time. You can use reaction a number of times equal proficient. And then how do they do the new phrasing for unless you use a spell slot of X level or higher? And then I think after this, I'm probably gonna hop off because Amanda's supposed to be home any second now. I need to go hang out with her. What's one of the classes that does the spell slot thing? Fey Wanderer? Like, you can use this feature a number of times unless you expend a spell slot to do so again. Where is that at? Wisdom modifier. Does anybody remember? Isn't there a subclass? I'm trying to remember how this subclass phrases this. Nope. Stars. I think you're right. Yeah, where like you have a feature, you can only use it a number of times unless you expend a spell slot to do so again. Is it Fathomless? I don't see it here. Is it Fathomless? No, because that's Prof Mod. No, it's not fathomless. This is a thing. I know that this is a thing. Not rogue. Not clear. It's like... Oh, what subclass am I thinking of? Wizard? Was it Order of Scribes? What the hell am I looking... What is this? Oh my god. Alright, alright. Healing the turret. Yes, not a dog. What's that off of? You can dismiss it early as an action. I know that this is a thing. Like, I know that we have a class or a subclass that does this. It's Artillerist? Because you guys know the mechanic I'm thinking of. Artillerist, Bard. Alright, now y'all are just throwing shit out there. Artillerist where? One cannon at a time. Hey, Duke, welcome. Glad to have you. Oh, God, what is this? Who knows? Who knows this? Where is it an artillerist? Alright, I'm gonna go crazy with this. I feel like you might be right on Bard. Second paragraph of the third level feature? Wait, for real? Ah, thank you. Oh god. Alright. Thank you, Zandy. There we go. Bam. I completely forgot about this wording. Okay. Once you use this reaction a number of times equal to your proficiency bonus, you can't do so again until you finish a long rest or until you expend a spell slot of second level or higher. Do so again. Okay. This is okay, right? Like, generally, I'm not worried about the balance of this. I'm just thinking about mechanical function of it. I never really asked for damage crunch stuff. I'm more so worried about, like, if this reads and makes sense. And, like, when a creature you can see hits with an attack, you can use your reaction and draw a card from your deck. Depending on the result of the card you draw, one of the following effects occurs. If the result would be a 20, the damage is doubled. If the result would be a roll of 2 to 19, you turn that hit into a normal hit. Any effects triggered by a critical hit are cancelled. If the result would be a roll of 1, you turn that hit into a miss. If the creature is unwilling, it must make a wisdom saving throw against your spell save DC. On a failure, it's affected by this feature. On a success, nothing happens. I think that needs to be... I think that needs to come before, right? And then a creature can willingly fail this saving throw. Or a card from your deck. To force the creature make a wisdom saving throw, which it can willingly fail. Yeah, Fey Touch, that's right. I remember that. On a failure, draw a card from your deck, which changes the result of okay, the hit becomes a normal hit if it was a, wait, on a roll of 19 or 20. No, wait. This is guaranteeing. This can guarantee a hit. And I don't think we want that. Could they use this reaction on themselves? I guess it would interrupt the attack. When a creature you can see hits with an attack, you can use a reaction to force the creature to make a wisdom saving throw, which it can willingly fail. Oh, when a creature you can see makes an attack, you can use your reaction to force the creature to make a wisdom saving throw, which it can willingly fail. On a failure, draw a card from your deck, which changes the... This is becoming a little scary. Because... Okay. There's only one result in here that's a miss. Because what this looks like is you use your reaction to at least guarantee that an attack hits somewhat, right? Like, it's pretty rare that this is going to... I say it's pretty rare. It's about a 25% chance that it's going to just miss, right? But, like, that's still really good. Like, a 25% chance to double the damage. A 50% chance, or give or take, that the hit just becomes a normal hit. Wait, 4, hang on. Alright. Design math time. Alright. So, there's 3 face cards. Times 4. That means there's 12 face card. 12 just face cards. Divided by 2. Plus 2 because there's... Okay, so 8. So there's a total of 8 cards in the deck that can cause a critical hit. That means it has a 15% chance of critting. Or crit failing. So... times 2. Okay. So that means it has a 30% chance of either crit success or crit failure. That's a big swing. That's a big swing. That means it has, instead, the power of this. And that looks like deceptive math. This is very deceptive mathematics for this kind of a concept, right? You think, that's not a big deal. 30% chance to crit. 30% chance that it just does nothing, right? Right. Or 50% chance that it crits, 50% chance that it does nothing. Yeah, but I failed to recognize that this means that this is a 70% chance to hit. Which is really good. So I can't do that. Oh, God. Oh. That sucks. Sometimes this happens, though. Sometimes you come up with a mechanic that you think is really cool. And it's just kind of not. It winds up not really working. What I can do... what do I intend to update on the merchant class? I'm giving all of the different subclasses one additional spell per spell level that they get. And I worked to refine some of the earlier level features. And In general, I'm trying to make some of these classes, the subclasses, a little bit cooler. The Gambler is what I'm currently working on, because I want some of the effects to involve cards a little bit more, right? The Cleric turns one crit into a guaranteed crit. It starts as a hit already, so it's no change other than damage. It's fine. Wait. Oh. Hits with an attack. Oh. I kind of like that. Okay. So, if the roll's a 2 to 19, nothing happens. It's the same thing, right? But if it's a 1, you turn that hit into a miss. Dang. I mean, like, even your buddies are kind of tempted to take this, right? Turning it into a hit has no effect. Right. So what this means is that there's a chance that you influence this to either be a crit success or a crit failure. So like, even you can use this offensively and defensively, which is kind of cool. Now, wisdom saving throw. That's kind of whatever. It can willingly fail. Fine with that. Which changes the result of the roll. Card drawn. If it starts off as a not a dog is right. If it starts off as a hit already, turning it into a hit has no effect. Oh, that's right. That's right. Thank you for that. Nothing happens. Wait. So if I well, if I say nothing happens, then it's yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. If the hit was a critical, then it just feels like it becomes a normal attack. That's where that's necessary. Yeah. Okay. That's actually really good. It's either crit negation. There's a possible chance that if it is a crit and you're like, I need to help him out, I don't want to kill him, and then like you do draw a 20, not only is it a crit, it doubles the damage on the crit. Good God, that's terrifying. A roll of 2 to 19, the hit becomes a normal hit and any effects triggered by a critical hit are canceled. They feel like that's generally okay enough to just put on the Grave Domain Cleric. If the result would be a 1, you turn that hit into a miss. Because Grave Domain is doing that usually always in a support fashion, right? So if we talk about intent of what that's doing, it's not passing the grave. Sentinel at Death's Door suffers a critical hit. You can turn that into a normal hit. Any effects of the critical hit are canceled. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your wisdom modifier. Any regaining expended uses when you finish a long rest. So to prevent any possible criticism of this being overpowered from coming up, I'll expend in uses when you finish a long rest. And I still like the idea, right, of this being able to be used as a second level spell slot. Look. Wait, we heard that earlier. I love you, Darren Korb. No, yeah, that'll work. Minimum of once. And then I think this is where we can get the Fey Touched. Which song? The one I skipped? The song was... I think it was the... Oh, yeah. You can skip back. It's all... yeah. What? What? Wait, Yuke, is this your calculator? Hey Yuke, did you post up your calculator for damage per round? I just got tagged in a Twitter post where somebody apparently put one on Reddit. Oh, so this one isn't yours. Hang on. Cause yeah, Michael Cullen just tagged me in one. By M. McGeach. Whoa. Okay. Sorting calculator. Holy hell. Okay. Yeah, if you go look at Twitter, Michael Cullen just tagged me in this one. Hang on. Why do I have all these messages? Oh my god. Hang on. Yeah, Michael Cullen just tagged me in that. Which, by the way, thank you, Michael Cullen, for all you do to get us smaller YouTube D&D channels up out in the public. You're a super great member of the community. Yeah, wow, there's a lot happening with that. Huh. Okay, I'm not gonna get distracted, but... Whoa. Whoa. That's... There's a lot happening here. Jeez. Yeah, I'll look back on that some other time, but wow, thank you, Michael, for tagging me in that. Okay, so what the hell was I even doing? Okay, this mechanic, and then I think I gotta do the rest off camera. Because man is about to be here, and I've been streaming for 4 hours now. So I do like the idea, right? We're like, I mean, you're already gonna have a lot of uses of this. Your charisma modifier, minimum of once, unless you expend the spell slot a second level or higher to do so again. Let me go snag some wording from, I think that was Fey Touched, someone said. Fey Touched. Gimme. Okay. You can also use this feature by expending a second level spell slot. Second level or higher. Alright. So does this work? That's the question. Double or nothing. When a creature you can see hits with an attack, you can use your reaction to force the creature to make a wisdom saving throw, which it can willingly fail. On a failure, draw a card from your deck, which changes the result of the attack roll, depending on the card drawn. If the result would be a roll of 20, the damage is doubled. If the result would be a roll of 2 to 19, the hit becomes a normal hit, and any effects triggered by a critical hit are cancelled. If the result would be a roll of 1, you turn that hit into a miss. On a success. Wait. So is that covered by that? On a success, nothing happens. Should I put this? To force the creature to succeed on a wisdom saving throw, which it can willingly fail. On a failure, if it fails, draw a card from your deck, which changes the... No, which changes the result of the attack roll depending on the card drawn. If the result would be a roll of 20, the damage is doubled. If the result would be a 2 to 19, the hit becomes a normal hit, and any effects triggered by a critical hit are cancelled. If the result would be a roll of 1, you turn that hit into a miss. On a success, nothing happened. We can probably get rid of that, right? You can use this feature a number of times equal to your charisma modifier, minimum of once. You can also use this feature by expending a second level or higher spell slot. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Does that work? Does this work? No, okay, does this work, and then does this feel fun? Or does it sound fun? Because we don't know how it's going to play quite yet. I mean, you're basically just using a reaction that you get a lot, right? I don't even know that it... Chat, help me out here. I almost think it should be a proficiency bonus. You can say yes to both. I'm gonna think on it. I think it's better than what I had before. That's the big thing, right? It needs to be better than what it replaced. Boop, boop. Like the whole making features prof based, but that's what you prefer. I don't, this I don't mind being prof based because that means it's going to be 3 here instead of like potentially 4 or 5. And since it's at 5th level, I don't really mind it all that much. Honestly, the later in level you get for prof scaling, the less and less I mind it. The only times I really mind prof scaling are like 1st level features. That's part of why Hexblade is like one of the best dips in the game, because it is prof scaling. You can go into there for one level and get a ton of stuff. Uh-oh. Woo. Oh, man. So, yeah. I don't really mind it so much at 5th level. Okay. So, let's do this. There's spells. And this is another thing that I really wish we could use Explorer's Guide to Wildemount on, is that Explorer's Guide to Wildemount has like Fortune's Favor and all this other stuff, so can't use those, which sucks. So, God bless. What other good first level spells? Okay, if you were gonna write a gambler, like gambling kind of a subclass, what spells are you kind of expecting, right? Which ones play with chance? Which ones do? Because like, I don't think divination is a good mechanic or a good tell for chance, right? It's like we kind of lean towards divination as a sort of chance-like effect, I guess, you know, but it never really felt like chance to me, or luck, or probability. Moment in comment when, yeah. I agree. It's like, it might be frustrating in those 1 or 2 instances, but so is Wild Magic Sorcerer, right? This should ultimately kind of feel like the Wild Magic Sorcerer of this class. Yeah. Chaos Bolt, yeah. Chaos Bolt's kind of funny. Chromatic Orb. I mean, Chromatic Orb gets across this idea of like elemental prowess, right? Like just general kind of like, I can twist and manipulate nature. You know, whatever. Chromatic Orb feels so like so signature arcane. Chaos Bolt's kind of funny. And this is one of the classes that gets, you know what? Make a ranged spell attack. You can do this with Chaos Bolt and then draw your card. Yeah, I agree with that. I think Chaos Bolt's actually kind of funny. Let's do this. I got Bless. Let's do Chaos Bolt for right now. That's pretty damn funny. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, divination is forcing an outcome. It's the opposite of chance. Exactly. Yeah, I don't really think... I mean, Vayne is kind of fun. Vayne's just like more dice you get to roll. Yay dice. Hideous Laughter. Ice Knife. Identify. Illusory Script. Oh, man. God, allergies right now. Oh, God, I really hope you guys didn't hear that. Yes, can't use any Wild Mount spells, can't use any Acquisitions Incorporated, can't use any, I don't know, were there spells in the Rick and Morty thing? I don't think there were spells in the Rick and Morty thing. Okay. I kind of like Chaos Bolt on there. I think of anything else that fits on there. It actually really kind of fits in the cardistry theme, right? Gambit. Washa! You throw a card. Good job, Joseph. Thank you for that suggestion. I don't know. That was pretty good. Augury? Phil, I got Augury in second. What are you talking about, man? Rolling dragon bones, laying out ornate cards. I've got enhanced ability on here. I think Augury is kind of... I kind of like Augury, but like, again, it's that kind of divination, right? Augury is kind of... Okay, so we'll hold on to Augury. Possibly Augury. Possibly. Alright. It's not the best option. Yeah, it's like, it's there, but Illusory Script is really damn funny. Like, I get why Disguise Self is on the Swindler. Guiding Bolt's a first level spell. See, hey Wizards, can we talk about opening up some third-party content here to DM's Guild creators? Fortune's Favor. Like, you impart latent luck to yourself. Like, come on now, what? Hey, still live streaming. Yeah, Fortune's Favor would be so good for this, right? What up?
Hello.
Hey.
You guys have a good time?
Yeah, I'm about to wrap it up here. We're just kind of talking about what we do here at the end. Okay. I like the idea of Illusory Script. That was pretty funny. Not gonna lie. Expeditious Retreat. So you're not really cheating people out of money here. Like, not like the Swindler. The Swindler is all about, I'm gonna be the dirty cheat, right? The Gambler is just about chance, luck, all that. So I'm trying to think of like what's gonna make you roll more dice. You know what I mean? Somebody said one earlier. Oh god. Oh man. I've already got enhance ability on here. Wait, what was the other one? Augury. I'm okay with just sticking on Augury, right? Locate object. You're trying to find a specific card in your deck. That is actually really smart. I really like that, actually. This is super funny. And like, as long as you know where the Nine of Hearts is at, right? So the truth. Locate object is really funny on this. I'm not gonna lie. Especially, you know, knowing illusionists, right? Knowing what a lot of cardists do. That's really good. Like, okay, have you seen the video of Penn and Teller hiding the I guess that feels a bit more like magician prestidigitation, right? Well, okay, what's mirror image? 3 duplicates of yourself. Yeah, see, we're kind of getting into that like trickery kind of feel, right? Each time a target attacks you or one of your duplicates, roll a d20 to determine whether the attack targets one of your duplicates. I guess this is here? Like, I mean, sure. Yeah, well, and Blink just doesn't feel like it really hits thematically. I guess Mirror Image, no, you know why Mirror Image works? Because of, what is that? What's the cup game? What's that damn cup game where, like, you know, whenever they're doing is it 3-card Monty? Where they're like, they shuffle the 3 cards and then they're like, Mirror Image kind of works for that, right? Not at ink spell ideas at different levels, yeah. I do kind of like the idea of Mirror Image. And then they have a, like, kind of shot at hitting you. I put Counterspell on here. I'm not... Yeah, Swindler versus Gambler, exactly. Yeah, I put Counterspell on here. I'm not super sure that I really agree with Counterspell being on here. That's kind of decent for right now. And then, man, okay, third. I'm not sure I really agree with Counterspell being on here anymore. I don't know. What's everyone think? Counterspell just doesn't make any sense on a Gambler. Like, I can't justify the narrative of that. Yeah, God, I think, boy, yeah, I've been live streaming for 4.5 hours, well, close to 4.5 hours. I think with that, I'll probably live stream again later on this week. I need to get this done for the guys over at Fantasy Grounds, so I'll probably hop back on here tomorrow, at some point in live stream again. So I want to thank all of you all that came out and helped me with some of your brilliant ideas. This has been a lot of fun, and oh my God, I need to take my eyes off the screen for a little bit. My eye off the screen. Hey, yeah, you never stop with that. Yeah, anyways. Anyways, guys, yeah, that's gonna be it for this one. If you guys come over, join up in the Discord if you haven't already. We usually talk a lot of D&D design, everything like that. Yeah, no problem, Spencer. Thanks for hanging out. Really appreciate everybody's help. It's been it's fun getting some live feedback on this stuff. So you guys get to see a little bit of the design process. I get some free feedback, so I appreciate you all. Anyways, yeah, come join up over in the Discord server if you haven't already. Subscribe to the channel if you're new here. Huge shout out to all my Patreon sponsors. Thank you all so much for helping me keep the lights on around here. The coffee in my blood. You all are absolute heroes. You think I'll probably do a design stream on Tuesday if all goes well? Cool. Yeah, let's I don't know, let's talk. We can do, I don't know, just get on chat and talk with each other. It's a lot easier and I think a lot more natural whenever you're doing a live stream and you got someone else to bounce off of. So yeah, I'll get back on here tomorrow or Tuesday. I don't know. We'll figure it out. So anyways, I hope all you all out there are staying safe, staying healthy. Have a great rest of your day, rest of your night, rest of your morning, whatever time it is, wherever you guys are at. And yeah, I will see you all in the next one. Gonna go